I'm all in.
Second place is pretty good.
You don't want to miss this, baby. Oh, yes, believe it, baby. We make the place go crazy.
Scary and exciting.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No
words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back.
It is Simon Vinciak who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's final table time. The super high roller is going to play down from the final 6 to a champion who'll receive a first prize of 1.37 million euros. It's James Harskin alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And joining us for the first time this event, Maria Ho.
Hi.
Maria, congratulations for bagging on day 1A of the main event. I know you get to play again tomorrow. You get to join us today for the Super High Roller final table at a very special event, EPT 20.
It's been amazing just to walk down the halls and see all these amazing moments that have happened throughout the years. Has it really been that long, 20 years?
2 decades, and we are here for another 7 days. We've got the final table of the Super High Roller today. I mentioned the EPT main. We switch our focus to that tournament from tomorrow. Bubble day tomorrow, and we'll follow it all the way through, playing down to the final table on Saturday, playing down to a winner on Sunday, live every day at 12:30 local time until the final day when we're live at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And of course, we love to hear from you. We like your questions, we like your comments, especially when you berate how 100k players put your hands. Twitch.tv/PokerStars, YouTube.com/PokerStars. That's where you can join the live chat, and you can follow us, of course, on X, Facebook, and Instagram. If you missed the action yesterday, we saw 19 players return for day 4 of the 1K Estrellas main event. Among them, Tonka. Parker Talbot making the final table of this tournament 2 years in a row, but he exited in 4th. After he busted, there was a 3-way deal, and then we saw French player Sylvain Berthelot win the heads-up battle, take it down for just under €500,000 euros. Plus, it was day 2 of the 100k Super High Roller. 27 players taking their seats at the table, including EPT legend Patrick Antonius. He headlined our featured table, along with Kyan Mokri and Nicholas Odstedt, aka Lena 900. Well, Lena 3-outed Sam Greenwood as the field started to thin.
Great turn.
Shortly after that, Sam Grafton came up to the main stage, but he was knocked out in 12th place by the reigning champ of this tournament, Kyan Mokri.
Good luck, lads. Have fun.
Unable to channel the spirit of the horse, we lost to Mulder, out in 10th. That took us down to a single table of 9. We then saw a big hero call from Nicholas Odstedt in a hand against Seth Davies. However, it was a hero call gone wrong. Lena busted in 9th. Steve O'Dwyer hit the rail in 8th. And it was Thomas Santen who bubbled, knocked out by Sean Winter. And it's Sean who will take the chip lead into the final day. And here they are, the final 6. Sean Winter chip leader with 68 big blinds. Seth Davies, the other big stack, with 55 big blinds. Everyone else relatively shallow. Jesse Lonis playing 30 big blinds. Kyan Mokri, 26 bigs. 2 short stacks at the final table. Patrick Antonius with 13 big blinds. Santos Suvarna with 11 big blinds. Santos is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Still have 35 minutes to play at 25.50 before the blinds go up to 30.60. Everyone is in the money, guaranteed more than €250,000. 358k for 5th, 457k for 4th, more than 600k for 3rd. The runner-up in the Super High Roller gets 895k. The winner gets 1.37 million. So the players on stage right now, they arrived a short while ago. There is Seth Davies. Jesse Lonis, who's had an incredible string of results in the last 12 months. Kyan Mokri, Made the final table in Barcelona in the main event in 2022 and then won the Super High Roller here in 2023. Sean Winter, who will be the chip leader when we get cards in the air very shortly. Santosh Suvarna has his work cut out. Just an 11 big blind starting stack today. And Patrick Antonius, an EPT main event champion and our most recent Super High Roller winner, lifted the trophy in Monte Carlo just a few months ago. And hopefully we'll get to see him graze and raise once again. Plenty of chomping at the feature table yesterday, Maria, and you know, Patrick's got to work on his calories, got to keep that muscle mass.
Yeah, man's got to eat, and he's going to try to double up early here today. Sean Winter, not really used to seeing him with such a big stack. I mean, there's a joke among the community that he is the short stack king, always manages to spin, but today, you know, different shoes for him.
Today he needs to get spun.
And of course, we are bringing you a series of EPT 20 free rolls to accompany our live coverage. Daily tournaments with 2.5K in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool, plus a bronze power pass going to the winner. When it is time for today's free roll, when registration is about to open, we will
quick there, Santos. Yeah, big blind alone. Yes.
reveal the password and give you the all-important details.
Where's the phone man?
Oh yeah.
It's not food for him, it's fuel.
Ian Brock says Antonius is such a legend.
Well, Santos doesn't trust you with the
Daedalus says Antonius Giga Chad Sigma.
I would definitely do the same.
Yeah, I give it to my friend.
A lot of people cheering for Antonius. One of the players whose photograph from yesteryear adorns the gallery. Are you happy with your own photograph, Maria, in the players' gallery outside?
I am, you know, nobody asked me for, you know, thoughts, approval beforehand, but I am very pleased with it.
Good. You do understand that when you sign the PS Live terms and conditions, you waive all intellectual property rights,
Yeah.
right?
That's what most of my
I just feel very honored to be there and a part of EPT history.
Deep Annie. You look nervous, man. Number one.
I look nervous?
Yeah, you do look
Bunch of
nervous.
tables. We can agree that Seth Davies is cool, right?
Are you?
Yeah.
I don't think you
So walking in today, he's like, "What's up, Stapes?" And he tried to fist bump me, and I had something in my hand, so I just kind of put my forearm out. That was so not cool, right?
Yeah, and
Oh, he's probably never going to talk to me
probably never
again.
gonna say hi to you again.
No, I know.
No.
Ugh.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think the good thing is that
I'm
that
sick
wasn't
about
caught
it.
on camera, because a lot of times
No,
those
they
awkward
got it.
exchanges-
No,
oh,
no, no,
did?
they got it. Yeah.
Roll the tapes.
Maybe I still have a shot with Santosh. No, he doesn't think I'm cool either, I bet.
No,
So-
he talked to Seth already. They know you're not cool.
Because of Thomas Santern's elimination last night, no small blind on the first hand of play, just the big blind and the ante posted by Kai Mokri.
Take a little whiz.
Not that it will,
Here we
won't
go.
be here, but
No small blind, typical PokerStars.
I'll compromise.
I was going to say cards in the air, but the cards aren't really in the air anymore. Cards
I need 2
on the
minutes to walk
table.
over there.
I mean, 15
5 minutes
is,
to roll, 5 minutes to smoke.
yeah, I mean, 15 is
Why you
not-
don't pre?
Take the
Action
quality
folded
out.
to Jesse Lonis. Ace Jack.
That's going to be good enough for him. It's good enough for all of us.
Yeah, I've played with Jesse enough to know that he can make any two work for him. This one's going to be pretty standard open. Obviously, given his position at the table, he is going to want to open a little bit tighter with Sean Winter, the chip leader, to his direct left.
Kai Mokri with Queen 9 in the big blind, defends, and we will go heads up to the flop. The first hand of today's final table in the 100K Super High Roller.
Defender's going to defend. Defending champ, Kyan Mockery.
Ace 10-9, so top pair for Lonis, bottom pair for Mockery. Action checked to Lonis, who continues for
It's 30 seconds.
85,000.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Mockery caught a little piece here. Has some
our
backdoor
shot clock
straight potential with the queen to go with that 9.
Makes the call, and this hand is going to the turn, which is the 4 of hearts. Takes away Mockery's backdoor draws. Checks a second time.
Yeah, Lonis, of course, pretty happy here with top pair. There's going to be a lot of that 10x, 9x in Mockery's range that you definitely want to extract some more value from. Also, some draws possible. You know, the queen jack, 8-7, some other gut shots that Mockery might have continued with against that relatively small continuation bet size.
To quote our French colleagues, second bar.
Always gets me.
And a fold from Mockery.
245.
No, 295. Sorry.
Jesse Lonis now playing 1.7 million, 35 big blinds.
Yep.
Mockery dropping down to 21 bigs.
You're kind of colonizing my box over here.
Oh boy.
What is it?
You're colonizing my box.
He just doesn't want you to see his hand.
Oh, no.
Your 10 banks were in my
Well, you
box.
waited for me to stack all of them, clean them all off, make sure the base is tight, and then you say something.
Just the time banks.
Okay, I'll move.
That's 500, right, Battery? Stack of green.
Oh, just the time banks?
Yeah, you're good. You're good there.
It's a little less now.
Okay.
470.
Yeah.
You know, I like Sean's sense of humor. I don't know, maybe it's not for everybody, but I can appreciate it. He definitely has a lot of quips at the table.
Isn't Sean the guy that used to crush when we would do that Big Four in Florida? He won like, or went super deep multiple times at Seminole.
Yeah, I feel like he's one of those that he does well in these smaller fields, higher buy-ins, but he also can crush some of those massive field tournaments as well. Kind of an enigma in poker. I feel like there's not a lot I know about Winter, despite playing with him for so long and him being around for a while, but a little mysterious, keeps to himself, I think. But he's always ready to play.
Notice he didn't actually move his chip stack once.
Well, Seth did say it's fine, but Seth said that because he thinks Sean's cool. So
I think it was the
gave him a
time
pass.
bank cards that were the issue rather than the chips. It was the time bank cards that were resulting in box colonization rather than the chip tower.
I'm calling it right now. Santosh Suvarna, super high roller champion.
Well, that last hand was raise and take it for Sean Winter. Hand number 3, action starts with Sean. He folds under the gun. Seth Davies, second in chips. Opens with jacks. Folded around to the blinds. Patrick in the small. Queen 8 of hearts.
You got
Lets
how
it
much
go.
desserts, do you know?
2.7.
Thank you.
Ace trade for Jesse Lonis.
I still contend Lonis is a terrible name for a poker player.
I feel like there's worse.
And he does not defend.
Bust us.
Seth Davies wins a few chips there. It's 125k to his stack. We spoke to him before the start of play today. We asked Seth how he felt about making this final table, making the money in the super high roller.
Feeling great. You know, it's getting through the bubble is a big step on your way to, you know, making money in any high stakes tournament. So the stressful part, one of the stressful parts is behind us. So feeling more free, more comfortable now. Yeah, so whenever you're at a final table of a tournament of this size, it's going to be packed full of great players. So you kind of just have to flow with it depending on where the chips are and not really target anybody because there's just no real soft spots. So yeah, it just depends who has the chips, who's in which position. So that's what I'm thinking about. My biggest cash by far was just last week, actually. So there's a lot of kind of mental momentum with that. You know, it kind of frees you up to feel more confident and kind of go for things that you might stress about in other situations. So it feels good and it feels really liberating to have that cash behind me. Yeah, winning this Barcelona 100K would mean a lot to me. It's one of the most prestigious high-stakes tournament of the year. It has been for a long time. So this one is one that I dreamed about playing, you know, 10, 12 years ago when I first came to Barcelona. So it would mean a lot to me for sure.
Do you think he was thinking about that fist bump during that interview? And
I mean, only slightly less than
it was like
you
right
are.
here in the middle of my forearm. I like put it out like a Tyrannosaurus.
Oh.
So just to clarify, Camuflaro is saying a 15-second shot clock seems kind of rough. It's 15 seconds on your first decision. All subsequent decisions, be they pre-flop or post-flop, 30 seconds.
Not going to work, Sean.
Yeah, Mockery was hoping to get this open through, but, you know, things are made a little bit more interesting given the fact that, you know, in this spot, Lonis in the small blind with Sean in the big blind, he's not going to have a lot of light 3-bets. So it just feels like you have to give up there, and Mockery does fold.
Yes, now you said it. 15 seconds for your first decision. So if you're in the big blind, there's been a raise in front of you, your first action is to decide whether to call, fold, or re-raise. You have 15 seconds. If you need more time than that, time bank cards.
Queen 3?
If you need more time than that, maybe this isn't the game for you.
I would agree.
I thought you were trying to say you had Queen 3?
Wouldn't that be 10-3?
Could be 10-3.
I've never thought about any poker decision for longer than 4 seconds. Look at my accolades.
Yes, the main event has the same time rules. Any tournament that plays with a shot clock is now adopting 15 seconds for first decision, 30 seconds for subsequent decisions.
1449 Grimace says, how come players think faster online? I can tell that you do not think at all.
Thank you for your comment. Blind v blind. Sean Winter completes. Seth Davies checks his option. We see a flop. Eventually, ace-9 deuce. 2 hearts.
Yeah, now, just because Winter limped in from the small blind, that doesn't mean he can't have some ace-X's, you know, could have some limp traps, and then also could just have the weaker ace-X's that are limping in here to call a raise, or, you know, happy to see a cheap flop. So you see him just go ahead and bet his equity there, lead in. Who do you think's cooler, Sean or Seth?
Well,
7-3.
no, I'm not going to let you do this to me.
Is that just in the studio, or you do it here too?
I don't know why I think you would be the judge of the king of cool, but
it's a classic coin flip.
I want to see a heads-up match between the two of them, and then Stephen Chidwick comes running down,
I don't remember that one.
hops in.
A lot of places.
Action folded to Antonius. He's out. Queen 9 for Jesse Lonis.
Five total?
Yeah. Quite late.
Blind v blind once again. Just looking at the numbers in the main event, Maria. Can you remember how many entries there were yesterday? Day 1A total?
That fold.
I want to say just shy of 1,000.
Wow. Really?
Am I wrong?
I don't know. I
It's
need
like
to check.
900 something, I thought. It was
Wow.
like 978 or so. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
now
we're-
I'm questioning myself.
Yes. Well, we're at 633 so far on day 1B.
The problem was,
I'm going to look this up myself.
what did you have? This guy's too rich to care about this page.
1A.
I didn't go through my head.
That's what went through my head.
Good?
People don't care about money.
Snap.
When they're playing.
Well,
Okay, never mind. I was totally wrong.
Yeah,
I was totally wrong.
you're only like 300 out. Don't worry.
I'm sorry. It was a long day, but not as long as you guys had. I don't want to take away from
Yeah, don't
who
take
had the
away
longer
from our,
day.
Yeah, let's not start getting into a raising war about day length. So 696 entries on day 1A, 634 already on day 1B. Registration open until the start of day 2. As we commence hand number 7 of the final table, pocket 3s for Sean Winter.
Queen 10, hand of the day. What was your hand of the day yesterday, Maria?
Ooh, 9s.
You had 9s a lot?
I made a boat with it once and then a set with it the other time and doubled both.
That is hand of the
times.
day, big time.
Yeah.
I can see in Joe's eyes, he's thinking, what is it like to make a set? What is it like to make a boat?
Did you say your football?
There's a deep resentment there for sure.
What does it look like?
Really?
Must feel great.
So after a handful of hands, we've seen Santos Suvarna leapfrog Patrick Antonius on the leaderboard. Patrick is now the shortest stack. Patrick is now the player who joined Santos in the danger zone.
you never get it right.
Kyle Mockery's also dropped down to 16 bigs. Sean Winter still chip leader. Not many ideas watching on YouTube as how many bullets can you fire in the main. It is a single re-entry event. So 2 is the short answer.
I think that's perfect for a main event, is just to allow for one re-entry. I think, you know, as we've proven here, there's, you know, it doesn't change how big a main event can get, just limiting it to one re-entry. And it still keeps the feel of it being really prestigious because you know that someone's not in there for, you know, 15 bullets trying to buy their way in.
$5 nanners.
I think it should be
Get a pack of 7.
one re-entry plus $5 more. Just a little bit less than even money to get back in.
No.
Costco is like,
Right, they got a lot of stuff in like bulk. And
that's all me and Osmus talk about is Costco. All the shit we buy.
my brother worked there.
Dude, it's a great place to work.
Mockery has shoved on Antonius. It's
Yeah,
all
but
into
in
coal.
3 years, he's going to make like a life-changing pay jump.
Yeah, yeah. And they get like stock options all the time.
This is
Like they get like
boomer chat about what a good place it is to work at Costco. Great benefits.
Huh? 1 time?
Yeah. You only have 15 seconds.
You worked there for 20 years.
There's 30 seconds after.
Well, let's hear from Kyle Mockery, shall we?
Honestly, being in the money makes me feel great. Yeah, it was a tough bubble, 3-4 hours long. It was rough. People were doubling up and people weren't busting, but at the end, we finally made it. It was good.
You are the reigning super high roller champion. How does that make you feel going into this one?
I mean, you know, it's a good feeling, but I'm not going to take any wins on advance or anything. I'm just going to try to play my game and make the best finish I can. That's the best I can do.
And if you win it today, how are you feeling? You would be excited about that?
Yeah, obviously it would be amazing. You know, I love Barcelona and I've always done well here for some reason. So, yeah, it would be super cool, but I'll try my best and hopefully hope for the best, you know? Might be.
I mean, when the whole table was betting on that, you know.
I mean, you're kind of all American.
Mark looking to win this tournament 2 years in a row.
One.
We're all American.
Yeah, it's like half.
I mean,
Patrick's basically American now.
a lot of the field was American. Like, all the tax issues, you know.
America is dominating today. USA.
Top 3. Yeah.
It is pretty to see the chip counts, the 3 American flags on top. I like that. You know? I love my country.
Yeah, that's super rare.
You know, when we learned about the U.S., I remember at school, they said like one of the key things about being an American was patriotism.
Yeah, that's true. Got a lot of ancestors, grandparents that died in the war and stuff, you know.
Patriotism is a...
So we could be free, so we could do this.
Last refuge of the scoundrel.
I think he's talking about the New England patriotism.
I'm sure it's big in every country. Right?
Well, I think in the U.S. in particular, it's...
I did notice, actually, though, playing the main, that there were more Americans around than I remember there being in previous years. I mean, I would love to see the breakdown of players by country when the main event's over.
Well, you'll get that on day 2.
Closes,
After
yeah.
registration closes, we always get the pie chart. I think chances are, as is always the case, French players are going to make up the single biggest percentage. But it will be interesting to see if the number of Americans has certainly gone up year on year. King 8-5, ace 10 still ahead.
So cultured that it's like all different races where a lot of like the South, you know, it's traditional America, like flying under trucks and everything.
It's more in the South.
South, yeah, just smaller areas, more rural, not the big cities.
You want to go on a rant on about
Davies going to go ahead and bet when check 2 here, especially with range advantage opening from under the gun.
You know,
But Winter definitely has some potential prospects he can find if he wants to continue.
I've never heard it before. Talking about microplastics no, I was talking about yeah. And then they didn't know what I was talking about because I
Deuce of hearts on the turn.
and I thought it was interesting. And then I tell like I'm trying to enlighten.
Ace 10 now better than a 9-1 favorite in this hand.
They did that, right? They were laughing.
Does feel like with how dry the board texture is, this might be a good candidate for Davies to go ahead and put the second barrel in. Again, when you do have a range advantage, you do want to put a lot of pressure on the weak holdings that Winter can have that he'll continue with on the flop. You know, there's going to be some 8x, 5x here that's going to have some backdoors that are going to want to continue, but Davies just goes ahead and checks. Does have a little bit of showdown value in his mind with the ace-9. I mean, we could see that, you know, Winter does have him pipped here, and that is kind of the issue, I think. If Winter decides to check again on the river, which looks like he does, you know, then you begin to understand that Winter might have some showdown value as well, but Yeah, it's just not going to be that happy
learn,
about
right?
it.
If I stare at it long enough, it'll turn to a chop, right?
Yes.
I'm glad they have to think about it sometimes too.
Bunch good.
I got a whole computer to tell me who wins that hand, and I'm like, I think that's a chop.
Under the gun and blind on blind. Blind on blind, we're fucking stacking up, buddy.
Even a 5-bet pot.
1999, that's in. Even under the gun versus big blind.
Tom shove. Lico Dwyer.
Try to get flush. Shove on.
Tom.
Yeah,
King
of course.
queen. You see.
It's a pretty big stack for 76 big blinds. It's more like 1,000.
So he shoves versus me, and then.
Santosh first to act here.
My pick to win it.
He is an entrepreneur based in Dubai, owns poker rooms across India. Plays a lot of high rollers. #1 on India's all-time money list. Meanwhile, the other short stack at the final table, Patrick Antonius has King Jack of Hearts.
It's go time.
And Patrick is all in. Jesse Lonis wants a count. He's got pocket sevens.
400 exact. Call.
Cole's putting Patrick at risk. 2 players still to act. Sean Winter in the small blind. King, Queen of Diamonds.
The thick plottins.
He lets it go, and looks like Seth Davies has folded as well. And here we go, classic race underway at the final table, a race that Patrick Antonius needs to win.
For Patrick, we'll do healthy food. Like quinoa versus lentils. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Did you?
Yeah, 2 sets.
Yeah, well, good news for Antonius is that he had a better King X fold out. So 2 live ones, one, you know, a little less live than the other, but still pretty fair odds here.
Queen 6-6 on the flop.
No, not even hearts.
Let's get a 10 or something. Let's make it 35.
Patrick down to 19%. Looking for a king, a jack, or a 10 on the river. Did pick up the gut shot on the turn.
I'll take a jack.
River is an 8-7 hold,
Good game,
and
guys.
Patrick Antonius is eliminated in 6th place, cashing for 278,400 euros.
Just 11 hands to win more than €250,000 euros.
I had a big hand.
Triton first 2 weeks, right? November.
Yeah. Or is it just here?
No back-to-back super high roller titles for this EPT legend.
Yeah, it's on the
But hopefully he can now jump in the main event. And we can see him during our coverage of the next 6 days.
He doesn't really jump, but he does do box squats.
Jesse Lonis now hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Santosh Suvarna, the single short stack at the table now.
No, I like Patrick. Let him stay. Money comes and goes, but love stays. You know?
I mean, he's got like the bottom of
Yeah.
Don't worry, I was rooting for you, Jesse. Yeah,
I know.
I'm always.
You ain't
rooting.
fooling me.
I'm always.
You
rooting.
may fool the camera. People at home may be like, "Wow, this guy's a good guy."
I'm always rooting.
Guy don't care about money.
I was hoping to get a comic book plug-in while Patrick was still at the table.
Gracias, but no.
I'm just surprised you haven't said anything about it yet.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not
you're
really-
wearing the shirt. You brought it into the booth.
I was waiting for a dull moment, but we had good analysis. We had Patrick going broke. But yes, the comic book is live, my babies. I'll throw the link in the various chats.
You get it again, man.
No way.
Oh.
Santos, show.
You had me beat.
Gets a walk with ace king in the bag. That's my pick, baby.
Very big hand.
Running hot.
Very big.
He's going to continue to say
Snap call.
Hey, hi.
Calling.
Snap. Snap. Not snap folder.
Santos, how much you have?
525, right?
No, he has more.
He'd have less if someone would raise his big blind.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's time to ask for some collusion and stuff.
Yeah, I bought 90% of his action.
Big swap.
He sold me 90.
Would be a pretty good buy. I mean, he cashes 100% of tournaments.
Check kar aa jata reddy.
Not just cashes, like podium, like, you know, there.
Won the biggest tournament of the year.
So with 5 players remaining, they've all locked up 358,000 euro.
I thought it was Tamayo.
Oh, I mean like real tournament, not.
Nobody's in for 3 bullets, are they?
It's real.
I don't think so.
The realist.
Congrats on being profitable, everyone.
10,000.
That's the marathon. These are sprints.
275?
That is a fucking marathon. I played that tournament for 30 hours and didn't cash. I was so pissed.
Look at Mockery finding this spot against
structure, high rollers.
Winter's cutoff open.
Like a 400 meter.
You know, you expect that the
The
chip
one line
leader
structure
is going to be opening a bit light, and so, you know, I get the 3-bet spot here with a hand like Queen 5. Obviously, isn't going to be profitable to continue out of position, but if you can take the aggressive action, you know, you do block some of the premium holdings containing a queen, but Winter just has a good enough hand to call and see a flop against this sizing. You know, Mockery didn't want to go too big, of course, off of his stack.
For Trey Deuce, that is an open-ended straight draw for Kyan Mockery.
SPR just slightly over 645K in Mockery stack. And, you know, this is about as good of a flop as you could hope for. You know, you were really hoping that it would just get through pre, but if you're going to see a flop, you know, having this open-ender, you know, wondering if a queen or a 5 would even be good.
All in.
Yeah.
Cacao.
It's just going to be a nice pickup.
And Mockery hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Blinds up in 6 minutes. We'll roll straight into level 19. We'll play another 60 minutes of poker before we hit the first break of the day.
Irish or Scottish? Scottish. Yeah. That's, if I had to put my life on it, I would have said Scottish.
Yeah. I'm Mexican.
No, Irish.
I would have said Scottish. Yeah, Scottish is just a little deep.
Spontan says, what watch is Mockery wearing? Did I spot a Pepsi or am I wrong? You were wrong.
So I can understand it pretty well.
Right model, wrong color variation. It is a GMT Master 2, but it's the root beer, not the Pepsi. Solid rose gold.
Is there a Sprite?
There is a Sprite. The Sprite is the left-handed GMT, the green and black dial.
Is there a Dr. Pepper?
No.
Mr. Pibb?
There is a Coke, which was discontinued, which is the red and black dial.
Tell me there's a Rolex Mountain Dew.
Come on, get him, Santos. Wake
Sadly,
up with
no.
Bozos.
We've been waiting for it.
Currently, you can choose from the Pepsi, the root beer, the Sprite, and the not at all keeping with the same theme Batman.
What?
Take it.
Or
I guess they don't. They went with Pepsi because they didn't want to give their customers any ideas.
So it's a nickname that fans gave it. The original 1953 model with the red and blue bezel. It wasn't Pepsi Cola, it was Pan Am Airlines. It was the color of Pan Am Airlines because the watch was actually commissioned for pilots in Pan Am.
Oh, I want him to get it in. I want you to win. I want you, I need...
By the way, the Batman is not the black and blue bezel. If you get it on the Jubilee bracelet, people disparagingly refer to it as the Batgirl because they think the Jubilee bracelet makes it look feminine.
Then
Sexist.
you'll probably be behind, so...
It's like, wake
I only understood like 4 of those words. My girlfriend in high school was nicknamed Batgirl because she used to bite people.
Every under the gun, right? That's the trick.
You would date somebody that used to bite people.
I'm just kidding. I didn't have a girlfriend in high school.
Mockery trying to make the queen 5 suited work on the button. You always have to be a little careful when you're raising into the chip leader's big blind. Winter, has picked up relatively good hands, despite the fact that he can certainly be opening a lot wider and have a lot weaker holdings, that he's going to shove here with from the big blind, but does have the goods against Mockery's stack to just put him in.
No bueno. That's my favorite run lid move.
I can't believe you didn't win that.
Zamani did.
That 1100. Did it? Zamani got 3rd, right?
They chopped it though. Zamani got the most.
Oh really?
I'm like 90% sure.
No. He got the most out of the deal, but he did not walk away with the most money because there was still 45K for the winner.
Good for anything.
It's good for anything. Take it for 100.
Yeah, take it for a 250.
Yeah, exactly.
Take it for a 300. You're big.
Is that
Santosh.
Like 300 is the standard for the min cash to be 2x? Or what is it?
In cash in Cyprus was 750.
So 2.5x.
And it just all depends on how many players he gets.
Suvarna wondering if he wants to go with this ace-4 offsuit. He is the shortest stack, and he's going to be in the big blind next, but decides that he wants to pass up on the spot.
Is that a spot where you go for it, Maria?
I mean, I think that it's close. I think that it's okay to not feel comfortable shoving there with ace-4 off and hoping to pick up a better spot. And I will say that, especially now in the last, 5 years or so, 11 big blinds is not as short as it used to be. People thought that you can only push folds with that stack size.
If he flew away, you were going to raise?
People can still play post, defend the big blind, can still min raise.
You just killed him.
And find folds off of that stack as well. So
Sorry, vegans.
I don't mind. I don't mind the fold.
You gotta take the card.
8-4 is still ahead of 7-3. Monsters, monsters.
He just wanted to watch the poker. He's got the best seat in the house.
Yeah. Check. All six checks. All six checks. All checked, yeah?
Yeah, we both checked.
But what did the fly do?
Kings and 8s for Winter, 95% equity.
All six checks. All six checks.
These two played pretty cautiously against each other last hand. Same thing here so far.
So, having gone check on the flop and turn, can Winter make a value bet here, which might get picked off by a 3?
Yeah, I think you would imagine that an 8 with a better kicker would have bet the turn if Davies had something like that. So you can certainly go for value here against kings and 3s, against some high cards that might be willing to call a small bet on a paired board. I mean, I think Davies has a pretty clear call here, the way that this hand has been played. Sometimes your opponent might have some random river stabs.
Does get paid.
Yep, 75,000 paid off. Nice.
Just haymaker after haymaker here.
Sean Winter closing in on the 4 million mark, close to 80 big blinds.
I think it's when the floor announces.
So only one elimination so far when we lost Patrick Antonius in 6th place, shortly off the back of his victory in Monte Carlo. So we asked Patrick how it felt to make back-to-back Super High Roller finals.
It's always nice to make 2 final tables. Too bad I couldn't get a win today. No cards, still happy to make the money. Bubble was long and you know, it was a lot of big moments there, so I was long time in the survival mode on this one, so just couldn't make it further this time, and you know, still feels good to cash. I will take a break now. It looks like it's the last day to register on the main, so I'll probably jump into it later today, but not gonna go right away. I'm a bit exhausted from this 100K. So, gonna take a rest and bind later this evening.
Patrick just needs to carbo load and protein binge 2 or 3 more times before he can get in the main event. Are you all right?
I had a big breakfast, guys.
Are you all right?
Did you just break a chair, Maria?
I thought it was broken already when I sat in it today, and I kept like looking over to Joe. I'm like, is it supposed to lean back this much? And I do think it is broken. I just like to see, it's like a little, is it me? I don't know.
So just to be clear, you thought it was already broken when you sat down there today. No, because I'm gonna help you out here, Maria. I'm gonna say it's probably Griffin's fault.
Thank you. I didn't want to go and come out and say that it was Griffin's fault, but I'm glad somebody else said it.
Griffin had a different chair yesterday that he broke.
That's true.
And we swapped it out with that one after the day was over. I think the middle spot just might be cursed.
Look, the default setting is it's Griffin's fault unless proven otherwise. Anyway, we're glad you're okay, Maria.
Well, that woke me up.
We have started a new blind level, by the way. We are now playing 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. First hand of this new level. The raise from Winter on the button with kings, called by Santos Suvarna in the big blind with 10-7. And an ace-8 tray board.
Is there any universe where Suvarna gets Winter off these kings? Probably not, right? Just calling out of the big blind. Is he going to call very many aces in that stack?
No. So this is just going to be a give up here. You don't really want to get too creative right now.
Just 6 big blinds for Suvarna.
Yeah, still does have some fold equity when he shoves, but it's starting to dwindle.
Sean Winter still on 70 big blinds, even after the jump.
Yeah. Now over 4 million chips, and putting a decent amount of distance between himself and Seth Davies and Jesse Lonis, because they've got fewer than 40 big blinds each, Maria.
Yeah, this is a really good spot for Winter where he can just chip away at the middling stacks, you know, as they wait out Suvarna, which, you know, in terms of ICM pressure, the shorter Suvarna gets, the easier it almost becomes for Winter to chip away without a lot of, players wanting to get involved, and this is not going to be the one that Suvarna wants to go with, and Mockery's just happy to stay out of trouble.
Yeah. I meant to say, Joe, I was actually quite sad that Thomas busted in 7th place last night, because I was looking forward to him being at the final table and having Maria in the booth with Santana at the final table.
Smooth.
Winter dominant chip leader. 37 and 35 big blinds for Davies and Lonis. Mockery 16 bigs. Suvarna 6.
I think there might be something to building your chip stack like that, because you've never seen those guys build it and then dismantle it and then rebuild it, and it's almost like once it goes in there, it stays.
It's like manifesting, right?
Yeah.
That it's just going to continue to grow.
Correct.
And make no mistake, I talked about how Winter is known for being able to just spin up a short stack from dust, but he also knows how to close. I mean, if you look at his track record, he certainly knows what to do with the chip lead. Going to continue to apply pressure.
That's not where I was going to put it.
And, definitely has enough history with the rest of these players.
Yeah, I could have given
those
up.
dynamics run deep when you're playing in these small field tournaments against the same players over and over again.
I could have just listened to the chart.
You don't give up. No, we don't do that.
Yeah, Lona's not a self-proclaimed non-chart follower.
Right? And that in the middle stage of the tournament.
And 20 of the final table.
I mean, Sean Winter just has so many freaking cashes. It's unbelievable.
When I meant to call. I feel like that turned my momentum a little bit.
Mockery on the button. 8-3 of clubs. Folds.
Like I played dark and then you misclicked and it cost him both hands. Like he wasn't supposed to lose either hand.
No.
This guy yesterday, he limps pre-dark. Big blind the big blind like 4.5 X's. He calls. Comes Queen 10-4. He check calls dark.
This was or pass,
Turn
right?
4.
Yeah.
Turn 4.
Check calls
check.
again.
I think it goes check, check, and then the river he leads dark for like 30% pot. It's Queen 10-4, 4 Jack, and Grafton jams Ace King for value Broadway. The guy looks and he has 10-4 full.
Insane.
That was funny.
Santos, he's alive.
5.
Wow.
Wow, I thought that guy was
Wait, fold this hand. A friend told me it's very bad luck if a fly flies on you. It's a, it's a sign that you're getting.
This guy's got front row seats. Let's put him on the button.
Justin Saliba, he knows this.
And the button.
He knows about this.
I love that Americans believe in luck.
How's he still alive?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to give him a home here.
Get it away.
Paul
Santos,
Santos
listen
just
to the
now
fly.
having to use a time bank card because of the time he lost due to the fly.
No, but I mean,
He's watching the game.
Who needs solvers when you have a 4-leaf clover?
Crazy.
And
My
he
favorite
decided to heed the
I think like
warning.
it's a bird or
He's alive. He's an organism.
like a parrot or dove.
That was right on my head. Yeah. It's my pet fly.
If you make some noises, it'll repeat it back to you.
Well, now he's chilling on Sean's banana. He's eating the banana now. He's got a nice peel over here.
I'm done with it.
Well, he's not.
check.
Actually, where the hell did he go? Oh, he's on your coffee.
No, he cares about
I'm
that.
not done with that.
Right.
This thing is, he already went in it.
Oh no, the last thing we need in this room is a caffeinated fly.
It's like his last hour of life. He can't even fly.
I mean,
Ah, man,
I don't think I want my last
Each
meal
last
to be
hour,
banana and coffee, but
Where'd he go now?
Now you
It's
know
got to
Ron.
be pretty good for a fly. Leave it to the American tourists to go hunting around Barcelona for some Spanish fly.
Queens and tens. Winter has Davies drawing dead on the turn.
Could have been one of my ancestors. That fly. The reincarnation. You know, you come back a different organism.
Oh, wow. Things are going off the edge of a cliff fast.
Let's get some hands out.
Flew on Santos, said hi to him. Could be Santos.
We keep giving them the respect by laying out and then thinking they're going to say something that is interesting, but no, it's just...
I can't believe how fast
Even with the
they
fly?
are by it. Like, see a
I'm
movie
not kidding.
or something,
A
guys.
buddy of mine, like Justin Saliba, you know, Santos. Justin Saliba, he was playing like 100K or 250K this summer. And this fly flew on him, and he has jacks.
Oh.
And some dude 3-bets him, but he announced, like, right when it flew on him, before he got 3-bet, like, this is a bad sign, like, it's bad luck. And he still 4-bet shoved into kings.
I would.
I'm not sure that's the fly's fault.
No.
You gotta have the right attitude, and then you hit the jack.
To be fair, if
Good luck.
Santosh did shove that hand, he had queen 9.
Like, instantly, the first
and
10.
Sean
All
Winter
about
had
the
queen
energy.
10, and he would have flopped top 2 against... So, you know what? There is something to that.
By the way, I'm going to say that the warning sign that you were going to get screwed on that hand in the summer was the fact that you had jacks,
Right
not
on my
that a
hand.
fly landed on you.
Snowman's for Winter.
Num num.
By the way, Sean Winter won the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open 2019 for $700K. And runner up there, I think, twice in a 50K.
Suvarna all in with ace-9, snap called, and I guess is lucky to be flipping, Maria.
Yeah, in decent shape here, and obviously could not wait any longer. Not going to find a better spot, I think, than this one off of his stack.
I had an 8.
For the death. For the death.
Santosh at risk and needs to hit to survive.
Things have been going pretty smoothly so far for Winter. We'll see
So I'm
if
looking
he's
for a
able
straight.
to eliminate a player here.
976.
Jack 9-6. That will give Suvarna the advantage.
There's still an 8.
I don't remember. No. I had 10 before.
Turn card is a 3.
They
Suvarna,
both folded
95% favorite to double up.
They
Just
both
has
said
to
they
dodge
folded
an
an
8 on the river.
That would hurt.
It's a king. That's a double up for Suvarna.
We were blocking for you.
Yeah.
उसका pocket 8 था मेरा ace 9 था
325,000.
Double up Santosh. It's my guy. It's my pick.
Bish bash bosh, double up for Santosh.
Nice.
Oh.
Got to talk to Sam recently, Maria, when we were hosting some live coverage from UK IPT London. Were you happy with how you were portrayed in the PokerStars Big Game on tour? Were you happy with the television shows?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Good.
I thought it was more fun than I remembered. Just watching it back, I was like, oh yeah, this happened, and then this happened. Oh wait, but then I got set over set. But it's, you know, hands aside, honestly, it was so entertaining, and I mean, I like forgot some of those hands. And I'm like, wait, how could I have forgotten that some of these things happened?
How could you have forgotten Furniture Dave?
Furniture Dave, he was special.
Maria, I know you're a professional poker player and
935.
935.
exude all of those qualities. But when you get stacked for 50K on hand number 2, are you at all sick to your stomach?
I mean, I was a little, of course I'm a little sick, but I felt good that I had so much more time to get it back. And I felt confident that I could. And my mental game is good enough that I knew it wouldn't affect the way that I played. But yeah, of course, it is kind of weird that you just have to smile and kiki it up, right? Like when you're reaching in for another buy-in. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to take away from your professionalism, but you're still a human being.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Davies shoving here from the button on the 2 short stacks. Suvarna in the small blind, Mokri in the big blind. And Suvarna deciding what to do with King 7 of clubs.
Yeah, and you know that Davies is going to have some of the weaker holdings when he just rips it into the 2 shorter stacks. Obviously, he's going to have more traps with the stronger part of his range, right? He's not just going to open shove here, but I do think that King 7 suited is a fold in the small, even though
I literally thought of a hand
Suvarna
that I
thought
didn't know
about it a
exactly what I was going to do, and that's what I got dealt.
Oh yeah, that happened.
That was fucking crazy.
Like,
Like the one hand I thought about, I was like, all right, well, we'll figure that out if I get it.
there's so many. There's
weird.
been like days, like where I'll like go to look at my hand. Before I look at my hand, like every time the whole day, I know what I have.
That was, I don't
remember
ever.
I feel like it's been
ever
a
getting
year
it
since
back.
that, but it happens.
Sean's got to wrap this up. He's got an episode of Hot One Siesta host later.
Yeah.
When your deck reads on.
Action folded to Santosh on the button, 10 deuce offsuit. Ugh.
Are you a fan of trapping in general, Maria? You mentioned Sean would have some traps.
Sean or Seth?
Seth, excuse me. Yeah.
When he ripped the ace deuce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, traps, but not as in limbs, just in like min opens, right? But yes, am I a fan
Non-shoves.
am I a fan of trapping or trapped the comic?
Oh, wow.
So Lonis there gets a walk in the big blind, and we're actually going to step away from the super high roller for just a second, because it is day 1B of the main event, as we established. Around 700 players in the room right now, including some EPT OGs, some players we haven't seen on the tour for many, many years.
Like who?
Ram Vaswani.
Wow.
Won EPT Dublin in the very first season, came second in the very next event in Copenhagen.
There's no EPT Dublin.
There was back in the day. Roberto Romanello won Prague back in 2010. We've seen him a few times in recent events. He's back on the circuit. Luca Pagano, big bucks, Broncos, still no title yet. Never know, he might be next.
You never know.
Boatman, the Goat Man. Played in the very first EPT back in 2004. 20 years later, he won a title in Paris. And there's the guy who started it all, EPT creator, John Duthie. He played day 1A. He's back for 1B.
Oh, that's not good.
Button good.
So a reminder that we are celebrating the EPT's 20th anniversary with a series of free rolls. There's one every single day.
I could see you.
Today's tournament has $2,500 in W-Coupe tickets in the prize pool. It's going to start at 3:45 local time. That's just over an hour and a half from now. Password later on.
I mean, I don't think it's very popular, but we do have people attending the Olympics doing it. I have no clue.
I was in like a beginner curling league. It was super fun.
It looks quite
It would be
difficult.
really fun if I was betting,
is fun.
if I was betting big money on each one, because then I'd be like, come on, let's go. You got like 30,000 on it to go in the center. Like, come on.
It looks very
30,000 for it to go.
It is hard.
2 days in a row, curling has come up at the table.
Strange. Although I actually do think curling looks fun. I want to try it.
It's like bowls on ice, right?
Yeah, but it's pretty complicated. Like I did it.
Money gambling.
It shouldn't even really be called curling. I did it in London, but it's
Didn't you gamble with
pucks
people
with
in
wheels
tennis?
on the bottom. It wasn't actual ice.
No, that wasn't you. No, that was.
I want to be one of those people with the brooms who kind of like is making the ice kind of like sticky so that it slows down.
I mean, I think that's the
Gambling
real.
shooting basketball.
That's the real superstar of the team.
The person with the broom?
Are you good?
Yeah.
I can shoot really well. I mean, I'm good at basketball.
It's like the only winter sport that I think Britain ever does well at. And like in the Winter Olympics, curling. That's the only one where we stand a shot.
Isn't everyone still a country mile behind Canada?
The line would
Curling.
probably be like
Yeah, I think so.
I think over the years the UK's won a few medals.
Well, guess what? We literally have all the information in the known universe at the tips of our fingers.
I've made 24, 25.
That's right, Undersea Monkey. Eve Muirhead, the curling boss.
I can shoot.
I think I could hit like 2 out of 10.
That's most people. It's probably higher than the average.
That's a big maybe, by the way. It's a big.
Yeah.
I choose to fold. Yeah, fold.
So all-time gold medals in curling. Top 3 countries are Canada, Sweden, Great Britain. 6 for Canada, 4 for Sweden, 3 for Great Britain.
Gold.
Pretty good for a little island.
Especially where winter sports are not really our thing.
You don't really get a lot of snow.
The only other Winter Olympian who was ever famous was Eddie the Eagle, and he was famous for being terrible.
Davies putting Santosh all in here with the ace-3 suited.
It's definitely not true. I mean, Sean throws it well, but I definitely throw it better.
You think you throw it better?
By far.
Really?
Wasn't the director of the movie Eddie the Eagle on our podcast?
He was. Dexter Fletcher made a movie which was a highly fictionalized account of Eddie Edwards' life.
No.
Got a cannon.
I know you're not.
Definitely
You're not. You still think you got it? Did you play quarterback or anything?
In high school, yeah.
Yeah.
I was on use then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Torval and Dean, skating.
Well, naturally you would
That's
think.
not really a sport, but I guess they do give medals for
Jesse
it.
here, #1 in the world.
And another guest on our podcast
Sean.
wrote and directed a movie called Ride the Eagle.
I think I'd have to take Sean as my all-time flag
Tenuous, but
quarterback.
I'll allow it.
Sean could be
2
like,
Eagle movies, 2 guests on our podcast. And speaking of birds, ducks fly together.
Lonis opening under the gun, just got the big blind to get through. Kyan Mokri, one of the 2 short stacks.
How could he be my big brother? I'm older. Yeah.
Yeah, with the stack disparity, we're not really
30?
going to see many
28?
hands go
28?
post, especially, just how shallow even the average stack size is right now.
I haven't been to Barcelona since I was 28.
Same.
How old are you now?
33.
Take one, please.
Sean Winter, first to act. Chip leader at the final table with 4.3 million, more than 70 big blinds.
Yeah, just really, again, has not had to get too out of line with his opens. Has had, fairly reasonable hands, and anybody with his chip stack would have done the same. But here, Suvarna goes.
9 bigs on the button.
Every time Santos Suvarna goes all in, he thinks about his whole life.
Shoves for his last 560k, and Kyan Mokri asks for a count, has 9s in the small blind. It could be off to the races once again.
All in. All in.
Wow. The reshove from Mockery, the fold from Lonis. Winter will get out of the way.
No respect for the chip leader open.
Good, I could with that hand.
And we are going to flip. And Suvarna is the at-risk player, but it's a virtual all-in for Kyle Mockery, who's only got 2 bigs left if he loses this.
2 9s.
Like curling versus the luge. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
It's that Davies' favorite hand, pocket 9s.
Is it?
Hand of the day.
Yeah.
Done well.
See how well it works out for Mockery.
Never lost an all-in.
Well, it's a low flop. 9s are holding. Suvarna looking for an ace or a queen.
Is there a big hand recently? With that,
I've just seen many reports of like you winning triple
Oh, no, you're
knockout
right.
in
In
this
tournament, that's
nines,
right.
whatever. I've seen you win 9s versus kings a few times. I mean, I've seen you lose kings.
Same outs required.
Right, I've won some big
3 queens, 3 aces, 6 outs for Suvarna.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there. You were Alan. Ace 4 and ace king.
River card is a deuce. And Santosh Suvarna is eliminated in 5th place, which is worth 358,000 euros.
Good luck.
Here's his time.
Pretty good run in a stacked field.
I feel sandwiched now.
Takes us down to the final 4.
You're in the middle of a
You won this tournament.
Kyle Mockery just doubled up near enough to 1.5 million, a 25 big blind stack. Still got half an hour to play at this blind level.
I'm just here for the fun.
30 minutes before the first break of the day.
30.
We're hoping for the second session of this final table that the squid is going to come into the booth. Analysis from Sam Grafton, who played this tournament.
You never had to move.
Wasn't that a big one?
Did Sam play the main yesterday after he busted?
No,
okay.
he went to the party and celebrated his birthday.
Ah,
Happy
belated.
56 today.
Oh, man.
I really felt he was buttoned in there.
Doesn't look a day over 55.
No, he doesn't.
I was under the gun for sure.
It's 100% right.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's okay, yeah.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
he
I
was
looked at,
buttoned.
I looked
Yeah,
at
he was
queen
buttoned,
first.
yeah.
I was hoping I looked at queen so I could.
Yeah, it's correct.
You were small. Yeah.
Yeah, we're happy. Yeah.
Interesting thing is that with
Wait a minute, this
Mockery
ain't right.
knocking out Suvarna,
Queens
now
weren't
there's no
good,
immediate short stack, whereas if a different stack was the one to knock out Suvarna there, then Mockery would become the shortest stack by a lot. But now, you know, the chips are consolidated in a way where things are getting a little tighter.
Raise 135.
2.4. Cool, thank you.
2.4.
Pocket 7s for Davies. Mockery folds ace 6. Queen 10 suited for Lonis. What's he getting up to?
135,000.
Just a call out of the small blind.
Very playable, going to get involved here.
And winter is coming.
Wow.
600.
Re-raises to 600,000 after the open from Davies and the flat from Lonis.
And you know, with that flat, it almost looks like such a dream squeeze spot for the chip leader. Certainly could do this with hands that aren't as strong as kings, and you wonder what Davies is thinking.
That utter lack of respect we saw for the open may come into play here. Some good old American bravado. Maybe making an appearance here in Barcelona.
All in?
Yeah.
Rips it.
You really can't blame Davies for thinking that, you know, there's going to be some 3-bet folds that Winter could have here.
Well, snap called by Winter. Davies, huge underdog here. However, there is an old adage that started in Barcelona back in 2014. Is it genuinely always coming?
We know nobody folded one.
Davies coming off of a great win in Cyprus. You know, certainly have to run good to win tournaments.
There it is! When you are playing the flipping games, the 7, it is coming.
Last year is the year of the 6, and this is the year of the 7.
And that has Winter drawing to 2 outs. Davies is going to get the huge double up unless there is a king on the river. That river card is a 3. And with a set of 7, Seth Davies doubles up through the former chip leader. Seth Davies now out in front with 5 million chips, more than 80 big blinds. Winter now 3rd in chips with a sub-30 big blind stack.
Yeah, that was a tough beat right there. But the good news for Winter is he certainly still has enough to continue the fight here. But a real uphill battle in the sense that he doubled up the player to his direct left. And now Davies, obviously a tough customer with the chip lead.
And look what we're seeing, Joe. The tower is now being dismantled.
You jinxed him.
Oh, no. There's going to be nothing left. Just foundations.
2 million?
2 million.
2 million what?
400,000.
2 million for what?
2.405.
2.405.
It's 1-4, and then you give me all the blues. Here, take these so I don't steal them. So that's
2, 4,
6,
and then 1
9.
5k chip on top. Those 20s here.
These are off.
The extra ones on the 5.
Looks like this is.
That one.
Oh, the 1. Yeah, yeah.
So the rest should be 20s, yeah? Just gonna confirm
Yep,
those
yep.
20s.
Looks good.
And that one's 1 over. Right.
Yeah, looks right.
You happy with that? We're happy.
I mean, if I didn't give him that, I would have been playing with blues. So, I mean,
No,
right?
I got nothing against it.
I mean, I had no choice.
Button is good.
You're just
Can't
going
give you all
to
my
needle the man who lost kings
betting
against
chips.
7s about how he chose to pay out the double up? Come on,
Yeah, just take the money and run.
7's is his new favorite now instead of 9. He's going to switch over.
You know, for the always coming 7 thing, remember when I was the poker coordinator on Card
I don't blame
Counter?
you.
Yes.
I put a 7 in every board so that I could point to it and say it's always coming 7.
He probably understands.
Just me messing with one of the movies of one of the greatest film directors of all time, just to put a little inside joke in there. I also got the name Gary Turnbuckle credited in the movie as well.
I appreciated it, Joe, even if no one else did.
Shouldn't have
It
talked.
would have been a cooler flop for me.
I'm going to put it.
Shouldn't have talked shit about his football arm, you know?
Yeah, all of a sudden, Winter has a bit of a migraine coming on. That's unfortunate. Took it like a champ. Because that's poker.
You got now 5 million?
4.8 plus 90, so 4.9.
All right, that's good.
Yeah, you got my ante too.
Yeah, you're in.
Actually, he put in
I put
135.
130 in there too.
Yeah, so just over 5.
Like 105 short.
It would have been a cooler flop for me. Queen 7-4.
Next hand, and it could be Winter versus Davies, round 2. Winter completes in the small with Jack 10, King Queen for Davies.
200.
Raise 200 total.
Raises to 200,000.
Yeah, when you limp in with a hand like Jack-10 suited, you don't intend to fold against a raise. You are just ensuring that you get to see a flop without having to pay too much. 200K. Oh.
26, right?
Looks like
Unfortunate.
Winter just put the whole stack in.
Wow. And gets king, queen to fold. Huh.
He's going to get you 200 at a time now.
I hope not.
11 more of those and you guys are even.
I don't mind him folding, I guess.
And you got your Andy. Oh, wait.
Like it.
Yeah, 260.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you folded the sevens, I wouldn't have minded because you took my chips.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, you can't lose it.
Make sure you pay him the 200K in blue.
It's kind of your fault, though, because you showed that king yesterday when you squeezed the big bluff.
Yeah.
So everyone thinks that you're bluffing, man.
I said I had kings.
Yeah, I know, but maybe he didn't look back.
What do you have? 1-5.
It is kind of fitting for a really retro feeling 20th anniversary to have 3 Americans here at this final table like in the old days.
Ace king for Davies has the shortest stack in the big blind. Raises it to 180,000. Mockery with queen 6.
$360.
Mockery 3 bets with the queen 6 and is about to get shoved on.
Yeah, he likes these candidates with, you know, the big card, small card, the ones that, you know, aren't going to play that well post. But certainly if you are able to get a fold out of the razor and just pick up the dead money, that would be nice. Not in this case, though, although you would expect that Davies is, of course, going to be opening from the small blind with
Raise minimum.
enough hands where he's going to find those raise folds, but instead wants to click it here.
I raised the minimum, says Seth Davies. Okay, so a 4-bet to 540,000.
Kayad can't fall for this, can he?
Yeah, certainly looking to induce, but you know, what does Mockery do when it's only 180K more to call in position? It's like, well, okay, I mean, you have all the options available, right? You could call in position. I mean, you're getting such a good price. You don't have a very good hand. Or are you going to fall for it and you're going to shove? You're going to 5-bet shove the queen 6-0?
I've never heard someone say, I raised the minimum with a bad hand.
Deuce of clubs?
Oh.
Yeah, Mockery decides to fold.
Somebody's been watching the streams. That exact hand kind of played out at the 300K. On Porter at 9 deuce.
Roll dice.
Right? That was right? Or was it hearts?
Mockery has now dropped below the 20 big blind mark. 1.1 million, around 17, 18 big blinds. Seth Davies, more than 5 million, has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Jesse Lonis, who sits in second place on the leaderboard. Jesse and Sean pretty much tied in second place right now. And the Spraggy folded under the gun, as it always should be. 9-8 suited for Davies on the button.
130.
Raises. Mercury folds. Jesse Lonis with 10-6 of hearts.
Yeah, we saw him pass up on a spot earlier, similar to this, right? When you're in the big blind, a lot of times without so much ICM pressure, you will be defending a lot of the suited combinations, but he has just been folding them, electing to stay out of the way, especially when up against the chip leader and being out of position post.
The Super High Roller Trophy will be lifted by one of these four players.
Yeah, sometimes you run into the 9-2.
Yeah, sometimes.
One of them will claim the first prize of 1.37 million.
I don't know why.
Maria, which of these players do you think is the most studied?
Yeah. So then he probably didn't have it, you know?
Who's pouring over the charts?
I mean, I would say that Davies has to be pretty well studied. Look, you have Lonis tweeting that he is all, you know, exploitative. He's, you know, not really a studier, not GTO. And Sean, I mean, I don't want to assume, but I don't think that Sean is the type that he's pouring over the solvers. Certainly, I'm sure he's looked at them, but I don't know if that's necessarily the most important part of his game.
I'll find out in the break.
But you just think about the people that Davies runs with, right? Like Jason Kuhn and the like. So those people are obviously in the lab.
Well,
Maybe we can just learn through osmosis. It's being around those people.
You did have it?
But I mean, listen, Mockery's a sicko, and we know his online results as well. So
I had 8 deuce off. Don't matter.
certainly, online field's very tough. You definitely want to be doing some solver-approved stuff in those
You
streets.
talked me into it. Honest. I'll open every hand now.
Just kidding.
Yeah, a little difference playing from the front now for Davies.
If I put the chips in the pot.
Gonna
Fold,
amp
please.
up the aggression.
Even if I have aces, just fold. I seen what you did to shot.
You're hot, you're hot.
Yes.
It's one way to exploit.
Cash 2 tournaments this trip. The 2 ones you wanted to. Or maybe you cashed 5 or something, but
Me?
2 good caches. 2 good caches.
Don't forget, I'm in cash to 25K.
The 2 biggest chances you cashed.
I'm in cash.
Mockery is opened under the gun with ace-8.
No bounties, though.
Did you borrow money?
Queen 3 suited for the chip leader in the big blind. That's to defend.
No, I used.
You were?
Yeah. Why?
That's why you lost.
I mean, I was all in.
No, I know, but if you borrowed the money.
Well, I mean, I had some left extra.
You need some borrowed money. Remember you said, Ali, give me money. You owe me 6.
Oh, no.
Borrow, if it was Ali.
Just one club on the flop.
Yeah.
You would have won by now.
No queen. Long way to go for a straight.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy. And I matched the 300 with Jake's in that same time frame. Like, definitely pretty close. And I cashed for Dan.
Checks it over to Kaihan.
And it was Adamo had like 3 million.
Yeah, in these spots where you do expect your opponent to c-bet a high percentage of the time, you know, you wonder what you want to do with a hand that does have a lot of backdoor potential.
You gotta love it.
You know, you can certainly find the call here, and maybe with some of the weaker part of his range, he might want to find some check raises.
Four pairs on the turn. Davies with just 10% equity now.
think it's better.
No pressure.
Yeah, gonna allow Mockery to perhaps check back here with Showdown.
Ace high, still good.
We never got to really engage with when we first started playing.
Yeah, now it feels like Mockery has something like an ace high here when he checks back that turn, and Davies is just sitting there wondering, you know, should I try to get him off of ace high? Can I get him off of ace high? He decides to check.
The coolest person I met at poker table was Norm McDonald.
Checks it back, and this pot will be pushed in the direction of Kyan Mockery. He has 20 big blinds now. 13 minutes on the clock until the first break. Blinds will go to 40-80 when we come back from that break. Right now we have Mockery hovering around 20 bigs, Sean Winter with 30, similar size stack for Jesse Lonis, and more than 80 bigs for Seth Davies.
That was like someone winning a sports bet off someone for like 10 or 20,000 and then paying them in ones. No, I mean, I obviously I wouldn't have been able to like bet. It was not. It wasn't like I was like saying "F you."
But like you were thinking it.
Unless you're like asking for smaller denomination chips so that you can pay out
Right.
even more. Whatever. They all spend the same. Who cares?
Lonis is under the gun raise, called by Kyan Mockery in the big blind. Queen 5-4, wheel draw for Lonis, pair of fives for Mockery.
Yeah, and this is kind of the difficult part of defending with hands like 7-5 is when you flop a pair, you're not really quite sure if it's good. You know, how many streets are you willing to call here with a pair of fives? I mean, certainly coming along on the flop makes sense, and then you'll decide on later streets if you can continue. Not really a favorable turn card here for Mockery, just more overcards to his pair, and again, cards that really favor Lonis's range.
Lonis made it 90,000 on the flop. And here it comes. Second bar. 250K into 520K, pretty much half pot.
Mockery getting chipped away here is not good news for Winter and Lonis.
Mockery folds back below 20 big blinds.
One time you gotta actually believe I have a hand.
Here comes Seth.
So whenever you guess my hand, you never put me on a value.
Really?
You always guess like hands that I'm never.
I just guessed you had eights, blind on blind.
Well, that yeah, I told you I had a real hand. Then you guessed the bottom of my real hand, right?
No. Folded a monster.
You have trust issues.
I folded a monster.
These guys are a little
but they didn't-
sensitive
I guess
today.
I didn't show my cards that hand.
A lot of feelings going on
Classic.
here.
You did that on purpose.
I'm all for people, you know, talking about their feelings. So this is good. This is good.
It's 'cause you just
We're getting
did that
somewhere.
for 3 seconds, not 4.
Great stuff here from Zidane, who says, bad fold. Cool.
I mean,
So I can take the deuce 8 off out of your range right now?
Don't have deuce 8 off.
All right.
when you're able to see cards and
promise?
percentages, you're able to make objectively true statements
The only
like
hand I
that.
can beat.
Bad fold. You had 9 high. It's ahead of 8 high. Bad fold.
Oh. Fucking knew it. I should have never said a word. You know, he would never would have started doing it. No coaching at the table. That's what they say. No coaching at the table.
Is Jesse implying that Seth Davies may not know to start raising more often if he hadn't mentioned it?
I did it to you the other day, and then you won a tournament. Right? I started coaching you at the table. I was telling you your mistakes, and you got first place. He did. He was a little off, and then I just gave him a few.
He's always you're always asking him for information and like strategy and everything.
No, I did. I gave him a few tweaks.
I know. I mean, you're just responding.
And then he's got this Smart Decks coaching thing, and he doesn't even.
It's not even a coaching.
It's not even a coaching. What is it?
It's a crypto.
It's a crypto thing.
Oh, okay. Is it like a poker site to play?
No.
Well, I'm trying to talk about your brand, so give us a rundown.
Like an exchange.
He doesn't study,
Like
okay,
what
Maria?
Like Binance.
Okay.
He just plays off feel, even if he's reading someone's patch.
He's a field reader.
The thing I love about Jesse is that I'm pretty sure he's serious.
I had the Davies.
No.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get
the
my
baby?
first walk.
What are the babies?
I don't know.
Aces?
Deuces. Good name for deuces. Babies.
Everybody at the
Alex?
table got a walk except me.
Boy, everyone really
Something
is very
to think
sensitive
about.
today.
Well, because you always 3-bet the big one.
They're in the fields. Is it like a Mercury retrograde
It could be,
type
yeah.
situation? What's happening? I
you're not
haven't read
American.
my horoscope today. I don't know what's going
That
on.
was my-
What's going on?
That was where I was
When
going.
am I getting my walk?
Well, I mean,
Lonis on the button with Jack 9 of clubs.
Right, he's 125,000.
Winter folds the small blind. Davies with ace-7 suited in the big blind. Denver says maybe it's a case of the Mondays. Always coming.
Lonis with the 2 overs and the gutter decides to check back, tries to realize his equity, keep the pot small.
Just gets better for Davies. picks up the strawberry draw to go with his pair of sevens.
If anybody can dodge a heart here and catch the winner, it's Jesse Lonis, though.
$115. $115.
May not get the chance.
Almost. This was almost mine.
Almost you. Almost you. Fuck.
Davies maintains the chip lead, 5.3 million.
Four-sider, and I got the four-sider.
Yeah, queen jack.
Jack 9 suited. Jack 9 of clubs.
Close to 90 big blinds.
That was my board.
Yep.
Although we are into the last 4 minutes of the level, that means break coming soon
Play careful.
to a live stream near you.
I had a big hand.
You know, Jesse Lonis is the one that gave us the idea to have breaks.
5-6. Take a walk.
I said it.
Not happening.
Mokri ain't getting a walk.
Raise 135,000.
So button raise from Winter and the fold from Mokri. Probably squeezing a couple more hands during this first session of the final table that's seen 2 eliminations so far. Patrick Antonius departed in 6th place, cashing for 278,400 euros. Shortly after, we saw the elimination of Santos Suvarna in 5th for 358k, leaving us with the 4 players in their seats right now.
Raised 140,000. 6-6.
Tens for Winter. Raises under the gun. Lonis with King Jack in the big blind.
Ooh.
We're gonna have a hand.
Handy.
Oh, is it? No, yep.
Five deuce. Tens retain the advantage.
Yeah, safe flop here for the overpair. Just going to be happy to continue to build the pot.
Oh.
Sneaky little check back there by Winter. And now two-tone on the board. And of course, Lonis has a bit of a stronger hand than you would expect from the big blind with the King Jack. You know, you're going to think that they'll have some of, you know, the 5Xs sometimes, and sometimes some straight draws, some potential flush draws right now. You know, but Lonis, a little bit of showdown value there with King High. Winter doesn't really love that queen there. Just going to also continue to check back, and the flush comes in on the river. And, you know, Lonis wonders if he's up against an ace high, if he can't win at showdown with the King High, but does still check it on over.
Far fewer chips in this pot than I would have expected.
Check, check. King high versus a pair of tens.
Almost shoved.
Sean Winter going to be able to put a little bit of distance between himself and Jesse.
On some better runouts, I think Winter would have tried to go for, you know, one street of value there, but...
Very nice.
Pat on the back.
And that hand is going to take us to the first break of the day. A session which saw 2 KOs and a change in the chip lead.
I'm done.
Seth Davies is now #1 on the leaderboard, and when we come back from break, the blinds will be up to 40,000, 80,000, and that is going to put the pressure on Kyan Mokri. The guy who won this tournament last year is in the danger zone. Danger zone! 11 big blinds. Jesse Lonis will have 22 bigs. Sean Winter also reasonably short with 27. Seth Davies, the only player with a big stack right now, 66 big blinds. And more action from the final table of this 100K super high roller on the other side of this break as we continue to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
And there's a clash between everyone's favorite super high roller rivals, Dan Shack and Vanessa Selbst.
All right, everybody, shut up for a second. Shut up. It's Vanessa Selbst and Dan Shack. I want popcorn. Where's my popcorn?
And look at that flop. 2 pair for Selbst, a set for Shack.
Boom, shakalaka.
What is it with these two?
This hand is the worst thing to happen to a Vanessa since the last time Dan Shack did this to Vanessa.
Well, Selbst was the pre-flop aggressor. She continues the flop for 45,000.
And the sick part, she is champing at the bit to get another raise in here.
Well, Shack has made it 125,000. Vanessa can now 3-bet. She makes it 210,000.
You guys are going to want to see this.
I'm all in.
A shove and a call.
Hold on to your potatoes.
Is that real?
Yes, it's very real.
She's got 4 outs.
Vanessa needs a king or a jack. And she needs to hit on the river. She's out.
Can you do?
Never, ever, ever play against Dan Shack.
Okay.
I seriously can't even believe that just happened again. Vanessa's gonna need to start labeling what she puts in the fridge because Dan Shack keeps eating her lunch.
Oh, I didn't do the interview yet, but I was gonna predict that you were gonna be. They asked me who was most likely to win and get like a high roller that hadn't yet. And I said,
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
hope you get him.
Still a long way to go.
Not sure if serious.
I've never seen my whole life.
Queen Jack offsuit for Talal Shakurchi. That goes in the muck.
Who says old guys are tight?
Ace-5 for JC Alvarado also gets folded. Mike McDonald's out. Seidel passes. Junk for Mike Watson on the button. Still thinking about it. Nah. Dan Smith with the chip lead in the small blind.
That's your chips, please.
Dan should be raising him here 100% of the time and then just calling the shove. Or...
Yep, he bets enough to put McCrink all in.
Snap call. Snap call. Snap call. Snap call.
Good luck.
McCrink eventually makes the call.
Nice call.
Jim won't need luck. He'll just need some non-unluck.
Hearts are my favorite too, just so you're warned. And I'm a flush specialist.
And he's been running super hot in this tournament so far.
And he's dressed like a plumber, one of the Mario brothers.
That's the wrong color. That's the proper color.
Oh yeah.
Specialist, more like a shaman.
9 of hearts would be pretty great.
Well, that's sporting. There's Jim's wife on the rail. She doesn't want to see a heart.
There it is. That'll do it for McCrink.
Nice playing with you.
You are a flush specialist, aren't you?
You should see him work the urinal.
Jim McCrink, first man out of the EPT Barcelona Super High Roller.
Good luck, Talal. Good luck, Larry.
The amazing thing, Mike Watson came in with 10 big blinds, and he wasn't the first guy out.
All right, Mike. Here, good luck. Mike, you bet. JC.
So Dan Smith extends his chip lead.
Jim McCrink got McCrunked.
He'll walk away with nearly 123,000 euros. Ah, that trophy is a thing of beauty. Action has been folded to Mike Watson in the cutoff. He's been the beneficiary of another double up, so he starts the hand with 1.9 million. He's got ace-4 suited, and he is raising to 110,000.
Now, while Mike was short, he's been playing super tight.
Ace-queen for Dan Smith.
You had 935 with that hand?
No, 890 I had. I have a 1.9 now.
Thanks.
Dan might be realizing that Mike could be opening things up a bit now that he's not super short anymore.
There's the 3-bet from Smith to 255,000. Jacks for Ilari Samias.
I think with a relative short stack raising and the biggest stack re-raising in position, you're usually pretty happy to go crazy here.
He 4-bets to 575,000.
Or in Ziegman's case, passionately emotionless.
Alvarado with 5s in the big blind.
5s. Come on with your 5s. Come on.
Yeah, he folds. Watson will give up the ace-4.
I'm assuming Dan will want to take a flop in position.
I'm all in.
Instead, he shoves.
What? I guess that's the power of the big stack. He's got to have something pretty good to call you.
And Ilari folds. Wow.
Whoa. I am all for not wanting to take a race or even flipping for your tournament life. However, if you're going to fold to the 5-bet, save yourself the 4-bet.
Okay.
Action has been folded to Mike McDonald, who has ace-10 under the gun +1.
Huh?
And he's raising, makes it 120,000.
Mike McDonald, you are my little gentleman.
Mike Watson on the button. 6-deuce. He'll muck that. Dan Smith in the small blind has ace-jack of clubs.
Yep.
This is 1,000% a 3-bet. There's a good shot these two get it in here, provided Ilari doesn't wake up with a monster.
Smith will re-raise. Makes it 295,000. Ilari does not have a hand. It's back on Mike McDonald.
Well, Mike McDonald, win in Rome. Everyone, shh, it's girlfriend Cam. This is Dan's girlfriend, Monica. Hi, Monica.
He shoves.
I call.
And Dan Smith calls.
Sweet Lincoln's mullet. It's Domination Nation for Mike McDonald and his Ron Burgundy shirt. Mike McDonald's kind of a big deal, but unfortunately Dan Smith has many leather-bound books.
That is a horrible flop for McDonald.
Mike, only 7% to survive this hand now. It's science.
Looking for a 10. Now looking for a jack.
Well, he didn't lose any equity there. It's so damn hot. Milk was a bad choice.
3 outs for Timex. No jack on the river. He's eliminated in 5th place.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, it really got out of hand fast. Brick killed a guy.
Nice playing with you.
Handshakes all around. Stay classy, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada.
A disappointing finish for Mike McDonald. He started the day as one of the big stacks, second in chips, and not that far behind Dan Smith. So he was probably expecting a better return than 215,000 euros. So we're now four-handed. All the remaining players guaranteed at least 300,000 euros. Action's on Mike Watson. He has Queen-Jack offsuit under the gun, and he raises to 130,000. Dan Smith still stacking Mike McDonald's chips.
Well, it takes a while when you have 7.5 million of them.
Lines are still 30-60, Dan. Ace-10 of clubs.
Well, he's certainly not folding.
Question is, will he call, play a flop in position, or re-raise? He calls.
He calls, not wanting to let Mike get away, but now it's him. He's going to have to get away.
Ilari Samias with ace-queen suited in the small blind. 3 bets to 400,000. JC Alvarado has king-queen in the big blind.
What in the heck is going on here? Are we playing with a pinochle deck?
JC folds, as does Mike Watson. Action's back on Dan Smith.
Hillary had every single hand dominated somehow. Smith probably can't fold this in position, and if he calls, he's got to pretty much call any bet on the flop as well.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Hillary calls.
And despite the fact that he's behind, this was a great pressure shove from the big stack. He knows Hillary is going to be 3-betting a pretty wide range, some of which he could fold. And now that he's gotten in bad, he can still lose without it hurting much.
Hillary is ahead, but he is the player at risk.
Kymppi tulee aina. Mulla on fiilis, mä tiedän. Siikattaa kymppi tulee aina.
Hillary says he always gets stung by a 10 and he can feel it's coming.
Well, Dan Smith hasn't lost many of these confrontations, no matter what he's held. I don't know if he's lost any.
There comes the flop, which has a 10 on it. Hillary's feeling was correct.
Dan sucked out more often than the world's worst rattlesnake handler.
Hillary Samus has one out because JC Alvarado and Mike Watson both folded queens.
Peter Jetton on the right. He busted out just before the final table.
Hillary with just 11% equity. Make that 3%.
One last card in the deck that can save him. One chance to hit it. Dan Smith about to be an absolute beast.
The river is not the case, queen. We lose Hillary Samus in 4th place.
I hate cliches like this, but this is Dan Smith's tournament to win right now.
Hillary Samus will collect just shy of 292,000 euros. Blind still 40-80 with a 10K ante. Remember, the trophy still in play, along with 100,000 euros. King 6 on the button for JC Alvarado. It's a raise to 160. Dan Smith has Queen Jack in the big blind.
Usually just a call out of position. You generally want to see a flop with this.
Dan does call.
Yeah, you guys got some nice nubs on you, don't you? Like them nubs.
Please stop, you're creeping me out. An ace 7-3 flop. Both players miss.
King high still good.
Dan Smith checks to the razor. JC Alvarado checks behind. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
JC's king high still good. No real reason for anyone to bet this.
Dan Smith checks a second time. JC checks a second time. The river is a 9.
Both players have missed on every street. Looks like Dan's gonna bet because he can't beat hardly anything.
280,000 into a pot of 340,000.
This would be a really sick call by JC.
He does call.
Wow, that is an excellent call. Dan could have easily been value betting an 8 or a 9 in that spot, so that is a very tough call to make.
JC Alvarado wins the pot and takes the chip lead.
Let's go.
Wow, that was more than patronizing. If poker doesn't work out for him, I think Dan's got a real solid career ahead of him at the Department of Motor Vehicles. And my license just got revoked.
Having been a passenger in your car, I'd say it's probably for the best.
We got there.
9-10 for Dan Smith on the button in the small blind. Raises to 225,000. Pocket queens for JC Alvarado.
Not only does JC have the chip lead, but now he's getting hands. Typically the ladies come after you in the super high roller, but I'm sure he's happy to see them now.
He 3-bets to 700,000. Things turning around here for Dan Smith. Is his golden run over?
Possibly. That hand's a teensy bit weak to be calling 3-bets with.
Smith flops bottom pair and a straight draw.
JC's holding 2 outs to his gut shot, though, and his implied odds aren't great if he hits it.
He goes check, check on the flop, and it's a 9 on the turn. I spoke too soon. Dan Smith's run is by no means over.
And unfortunately for JC, that's going to look like a very safe card for him.
JC now bets 750K.
JC looks a little agitated. You know Dan's not reaching for chips with total air here. Best case scenario, he's got a jack or a super strong draw. Worst case, the hand he's got.
Smith calls. We go to the river, which is the inconsequential 2 of clubs.
That is such a brick. JC might think he can bet for value. Poor guy.
He is betting 1.4 million.
Dan most likely should be raising this river. It's really easy for JC to be value betting worse, which he is, and he's just not going to be beat very often. Also, it's such a polarizing spot that he's going to get paid off a fair amount of the time.
That is a big raise. 4.8 million total.
And we had to cut away because JC just threw up in his mouth a little. Shoots him a look. It's a very polarizing bet. Dan's either got a 9 or he doesn't. JC's put so many chips in this pot and was probably so sure he had the best hand. This spot is grosser than the piece of carpet the dog sleeps on.
Alvarado makes a great laydown.
Another really well-played hand by JC. It's a shame he had to lose it.
As the blinds go up to 50 and 100,000, Dan Smith has more than a 2-to-1 chip lead over JC Alvarado. 10-7 suited on the button. He raises to 225.
The old suited 2-gapper.
Alvarado with a suited queen 6 will call.
Pretty standard defend heads up.
Flop 7-5-9.
Both flop gut shots, both have a blocker, but Dan's got a pair, which is going to be the nuts for now.
Check, check. King of clubs on the turn. Alvarado.
Looking to bluff at this.
Leading for 500,000.
And that's weird. He's overbet the pot here on the turn. You'd think if he had a value hand, he'd maybe want to bet small enough to, you know, get some value.
Dan Smith calls.
Looks like it's going to take another big barrel from JC on the river.
That river card is the 9 of clubs.
Changes nothing. Let her rip, JC. Let her rip, JC. JC?
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about waving the white flag. He checks. Dan checks behind.
Dan calls the overbet with third pair on the turn, and he's right. He must be brimming with more confidence than a frat boy after his third rum and diet.
Smith with a massive chip lead now.
Yep, that's your man over there. You get to say you knew him way back when. You know, like way back when he was already a millionaire.
Blinds up again, 61-20 with a 20K ante. Kings for Alvarado.
JC's got about 20 bigs.
250. He raises to 250. Dan Smith has ace king.
Oh, it's all going in here. Really good spot for JC to double up.
Smith shoves, Alvarado calls.
Now, even with this loss, Dan's still gonna have a monster stack compared to JC. He'll still have more than a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Don't assume it will be a loss. Dan Smith has got lucky from time to time in this tournament.
Truth.
He does have an overcard. He does have 30% equity. The flop has an ace on it.
Oh man, isn't that the story of this tournament? That's the whole story. Dan Smith plays good. Dan Smith gets business end of cooler. Dan Smith gets there. The end.
Might be the 1-outer.
Just one card in the deck can save JC Alvarado.
Second place is pretty good.
Burn.
Dan Smith is on the verge of lifting the trophy here in Barcelona. The only river card that will stop that happening is the King of Spades. It's a 3. Dan Smith has done it. JC Alvarado's the runner-up, but bow before King Dan, who's earned the super high roller crown.
It was destiny. Kid could do no wrong. Just a scant 12 years ago for that super high roller. Welcome back to the present. EPT Barcelona 2024 in this year's super high roller final table. Down to the final 4 players, still jockeying for that 1.3 million euros up top. So far today, we have lost Patrick Antonius and Santosh Suvarna. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And he is birthday boy, Sam Grafton.
Hey, everyone.
We've got a legit high roller himself in the booth with us to bring this home.
You've lost Santos, but you've gained me.
That's right.
One in, one out policy here.
That's the policy.
At the final table.
And we stick to it. Still plenty of money left to be played for. This is all the money that was awarded in this tournament. They played down to the money last night.
So wait, what's the deal here? So Jesse refused to take 15 minutes break, and now he can't even be on time on 20. Do we start without him?
No, he said he wanted the 17, 18.
No,
He's right there.
Jesse Lonis marches to the beat of his own drummer.
Mate, that's the number one poker player in the entire world right there. we were sat with PK in the 25K, and he thought PK was a midfielder, and we were mocking him, and he's turned around and said, well, he doesn't know I'm the number one poker player in the world, does he? So I was like, is that the same thing? I mean, anyway. So,
in Jesse's mind, yes.
It was just unbelievable. Jesse Lonis was on fire. He gave so much.
He has 1.815.
He just lose a pot?
Sean Winter did start off as chip leader today. Got smoked. Unfortunately, a set of sevens
Not the same.
outflopping his pocket kings. All in pre-flop.
He's a battler. I mean, he went all in except 3.5 blinds after in the freeze out period. And like at my table, and I was like, oh, he's basically out, right? Like, is he out? No, he's got 3.5 blinds because he kept them back and then check folded the flop.
He did the thing that everyone does that for.
Yeah. But I mean, he does it. Speaking of marching to the beat of your own drum. I mean, everyone else would have just gone all in. He went like reshoved over open in the hijack. He kept 3.5 big blinds back. Someone cold called him. He just check folded the flop. Getting like 8 million to 1. I mean, it was Queen Jack 10, and so I assume he had like 8s or something like this. But still, like I wouldn't have kept the blinds back. And here he is.
Here he is. Still a contender here, although Seth Davies is the chip leader. Winter with 25 bigs, Lonis with 22.
Yeah, I'm just noticing, obviously, almost, over half the chips in play for Seth.
And that was the all-in confrontation, kings versus sevens. That got him most of those chips.
And Jesse coming in with a light raise with one of the hands that can't limp call, and Sean with the pocket pair just going to rip it over the top.
Not that one.
Winter at 30 big blinds now. Lonis and Mockery both under 20. Mockery with just 11.
Yeah, and Seth coming off a big result in Cyprus as well. Won a $300,000 tournament out there.
Played 6 hours?
Potentially the biggest score of his career.
Tomorrow.
He was saying how he nearly, it was an exhausting trip for him, and he nearly skipped this.
What's up?
This stop. Water. Glad he didn't now.
You can have it. I don't know.
No, this one is fine, yeah.
Is there any, like, football? I'd watch some if you want, if you have that.
Jesse did also compliment Kaihan on his training site, SmartX. There we go. Couple of letters, 2 good ones for Winter.
Yeah, really interesting. Aces do, in general, want to raise, but you're supposed to play quite passive here, 1 versus 2. Maybe you don't play any raises. So Sean just having a think how he wants to play his strategy. Sort of 2 contrasting demands, wanting to put more money in with aces.
Yeah, we're about 30 big blinds effective here to start the hand. 5 big blinds.
Yeah, and Seth's, you can see, maybe a little taken aback by this. Obviously, yeah, Winter will just pick it up.
360. Quite a big raise there at 30 effective. What do you think, Sam?
Well, it's just a product, I think, of the fact that you're under such ICM pressure. Obviously, with aces, you want action.
Heads up.
With almost every other hand, you don't.
Sure, yeah. picking those
Play
chips at pre-flop with weaker
most of my
combinations
online
makes
plays
lots of
just
sense
heads up
there, right?
those
So perhaps just trying to balance. Obviously, we're looking at
Haven't met
Kai
a
and
good
Mockery
bot
with
yet.
9 big blinds right now, Lonis with 19.
They're
So
out
these
there.
two in a better position chips-wise and looking for some ladders. This is where the money counts.
Love to see Kyan doing his thing. Obviously, defending champion.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's mentioned that on air. He mentioned it a few times yesterday to me.
I'm not sure if we've heard him mention it on.
It's hard to get a brag in with 3 Americans at the table. I'll just mention that.
Yes, indeed.
Especially when one of them is Jesse Lonis.
Yeah.
Number 1 poker player in the world. Bro. Have some
765
respect.
behind.
At one point, Jesse Lonis check raised all in on the turn and won the pot against the guy, and he just goes, "That's why he's number 1." He just said it out loud just like that. He goes, "I kind of regret saying that now. It comes off kind of cheesy."
Davies putting Mockery all in. Not even live.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and for chips, this would be a call. So he's just debating. It's very Jack 10 suited would be a call, and he's just thinking whether he wants to go as low as Jack 8 suited. I think, and it's really delicate as to under 10 bigs or what have you. It's very, very close. I think. Obviously, Kaihan has so many. Well, I don't want to disparage him, but obviously a cash game player primarily, and this is a very tough short stack spot.
Right. I mean, Seth Davies is also the chip leader. It's important to note here as well, right?
Yeah,
so the
of course.
shove here, blind v blind, can just be so.
No, I mean it's not. It can be 5-3, but you still bust when they have 5-3 a certain amount of time.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's really, really tricky with the ICM here. You're absolutely right, Sam.
And I think Kyan has the instinct to gamble here, but
he heard you.
1 up.
he's feeling like a nit. Little does he know he is in bad shape. I mean, the thing is, if Seth has ace jack off, he just goes all in. He does exactly the same with all the combos that dominate him, that dominate Kyan, and he does let it go. I think that's obviously the right decision against Davies' exact holding. I think that is probably the correct theoretical decision. Very nice fold from Kyan.
Yeah.
He's frustrated, but he'll be jumping for joy when he sees the hand Seth actually had.
Little free roll chat for you, my babies. $2,500 in W Coop tickets given away today on the EPT 20 live stream free roll. Registration opens at 3:30 local time. That's just over 15 minutes from now. The password, it's okay to give the password, London. Everyone knows Barcelona was the first EPT. London was the second.
And know his bottom fold, and then.
At least he's not asking you this time.
The password is London, eh?
That's right. Just London, not London, eh?
Please don't call me Shirley.
Probably not. Probably.
Happy birthday, Sam Grafton.
Thank you.
I very rarely am jealous to miss the parties, but yesterday I was a little,
Me too.
Yeah, it was
a little sad.
It was good fun, yeah. It's good fun.
Today.
Monday.
So disciplined.
Oh, it's Monday.
So disciplined.
Would have ran into a dominated hand.
Maybe
Monday there now, too.
there's a LSU games today.
No,
It looked as though he was thinking along your lines, Sam.
Okay,
Kind
I
of one
don't
off,
know
maybe
what
2
happened.
pips off the, like you said, Jack 10 suited, probably
Really excited to
mandatory
watch it.
there.
I got
Yeah.
spoiler
I
free.
could
say I won money on it.
But yeah, nice fold like it.
Good. I was happy with the outcome.
Hey, that's enough.
That's
I didn't watch it.
that's already too much. I'm halfway through the Notre Dame, Texas. Hey, I did good, man. I was smiling all day. You did good. Never said a word. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Table on me all day.
It's kind of old school.
It means a lot to me.
Sorry.
EPT vibe to see all the Americans lined up. There was a while where it was very Euro. Originally, it was a lot of Americans coming over, picking up the European money. Then it was very Euro dominated. But the States are back here in a big way. Look at these 3 hunks.
I was noticing the exact same thing, fitting for an anniversary, that it sort of is, I wouldn't say ending, but has come back around to where it began.
I was at the party with Christian Harder last night. I was loving it huge.
Wow.
Not trying that again.
He says he hasn't played since EPT season 7 or something like this. I was like, what are we doing,
We're going to count the PCA.
It's sick.
The one he won doesn't count? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty annoyed. It's erased from history. It's got a little asterisk by it.
Boo.
Yeah.
He still gets the money.
Yeah, he did get the money. He did get the money. But there's nothing
I
like
didn't
real
watch the
EPT
thing,
money. That
say,
poker, what was it called? PokerStars series. You know, that PokerStars series money wasn't the same.
PokerStars championship
Yeah,
series.
championship money isn't the same as EPT money. It's not got the same.
Pretty reasonable opinion.
I just don't like the way he treats his players.
Yeah, he's kind of a prick, isn't he?
I hate when we miss out some gossip. Love it when I love it when it gets to the stage of the tournament where everyone forgets they're mic'd up. I've done it myself. It's like, guys, this is being broadcast to quite a few people. Here we go.
That's good.
Action does not fold around the Seth Davies. He wins.
Yeah. I guess Sean and Seth must have played a lot of poker over the years.
I knew that I had done commentary on Sean before at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, then I went scrolling back through his Hendon mob to figure out which one it was. And man, there's a lot of entries for Sean Winter. Holy Lord.
Yeah.
He won that thing in 2019, and there's like, I don't know, 85 entries between now and then.
Some big scores as well, I bet.
Yes, indeed. Jesse under the gun. Folds 6-7 off. 6-4 for Winter.
Yeah, probably looking at Kine in the big blind there, which is a few bigs.
Yeah.
This will do it.
Yep.
This is definitely a shove. Blind v blind here. Pretty much the same spot as before, just works against the short stack. What does Kine have? Oh. Yeah, this one goes probably, Sam. What do you think, buddy?
I'll allow it.
5-6-5. That's rough, eh? And the suited.
Don't take the money back. Come on, man. That's kind of rude.
King Deuce suited versus King
Fair fight.
Deuce double suited.
What I had last hand?
No one.
Strong
I don't
chance of a
remember,
chop.
Jesse. I totally forgot about this hand. I'm moving on. Living with my decision.
Smartest guy here.
Fun to play poker with. Oh dear. And
A spadeless flop.
Got a free roll.
Free roll. The clubs.
Yeah.
4% of the
Very
time.
hopeful about this one.
It's going to go runner, runner,
Got
club.
it.
Not this time, however. This hand will end in a chop, and you know what they say.
I do indeed.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
That was great, guys.
Who do you want to change?
We did it our own way.
Thanks, Sam.
Just chop the ante.
We'll let the birthday boy off, guys.
Everyone does love it, though. So Mockery, yeah, one of the reasons forced to call so light there, 8 big blinds. Actually,
Still 8 big blinds.
yeah, still lost half a blind that level because obviously you put in the ante, which then got chopped up.
Green.
Mocker with 8 big blinds, 17 for Lonis, 32 for Winter, 67 for Seth Davies. And I know that we had a chance to speak to Seth earlier today. We're going to hear from him in just a moment.
I don't think he said that.
Yeah, he did.
No. You were the one saying that.
No, he said.
Yeah, he said.
He said to do it.
He mentioned college football, and then you said I should just start saying all the scores.
No.
That's what happened. I was there.
No, it was his plan. He told me.
No.
He literally said, "You know what you should do."
Yeah,
Boy, college football means something entirely different to you people, doesn't it?
Well, that was
High
another,
schoolers playing soccer.
Yeah,
What do you mean, you people?
poor old Cayenne here.
That's like one of the meanest possible things somebody could do to me.
Yeah. That's like that wouldn't be like.
That was devastating.
Oh man, sad story. Doesn't need much to actually shove here for the 8 big, Sam, but I'm not sure if 9-6 off cuts it here.
Yeah, again, it's right on the. But I mean,
I forgot. Were you in that Oregon? At that Oregon?
It's not fun.
State passing.
He's bound to get a better hand.
oh, he's gone for it.
He has
does
gone
like to
for
gamble.
it.
He
brought my mom and her friend. My parents and her friend. Like,
Oh dear. Mr. Lonis.
club seats.
Number one player in the world.
Yeah. Whatever he decides is right. So let's just wait and get the verdict back from the number one, the top guy.
Well, as you said before, Sam, this is a call in chips, right? So
I only did it for the meme.
with ICM,
I was gonna fold.
there's the fold.
Dinner for two.
Nice work.
I've been to a bunch.
It was just loaded with Oregon.
Yeah.
Is there a meme here?
Cayenne
And there's so
picks
many,
up a couple of blinds there.
Yeah, it's crucial. Absolutely crucial. And he's a real thorn in the side of Jesse and Sean in this situation.
Rose Bowl, I left in an ambulance.
Trying to think what it would
Really?
Yeah.
You know.
I had a hernia rupture. Looked like I had like a baseball coming out of my guts. Huh?
I remember you had something playing at 25K.
It was the same thing. Yeah, it was the same injury, but not really serious. Like when the Rose Bowl was when it actually.
You want to tell me?
What did you have? I'll tell you.
Surgery.
I don't care.
But the one at Art was just
Cayenne doesn't
just
want to
like
say.
pain caused.
I made a tight fold.
To be fixed or anything.
You can't give any extra to the number one player in the world.
Of course. Goes in the database. He'll never, you know.
Take those 30 minutes.
Steel trap.
And run.
Yes.
You got me off on the medium.
Oh, hello. 8-7 suited. Everyone loves 8-7 suited.
Especially the chip leader four-handed.
Yeah, 100%. Going to start with an open here, I think.
Yeah, just license to kill for Seth here. Everyone having to play very honestly.
Oh, ace-6 off in the bin.
Was that good?
Small blind.
Was that good?
Yeah.
Jack 8.
Seth's got this hand dominated as well. Winter folds.
That was back when we could.
Told you.
We did have a chance to speak to Mr. License to Kill earlier today. Let's find out a little bit more about our current chip leader.
So I got involved in poker during the poker boom. You know, poker was just exploding online. I had a real good group of friends around me who were playing high stakes, and they were climbing the ranks as well. So 2017, 18 was kind of when I transitioned to start playing some of my first high rollers, and got pretty established at that point, and the rest is history. I've just been playing them ever since. Before I played poker, I was playing college baseball. I had a couple injuries, so I had a bunch of time to just like burn. Like I couldn't go practice, I couldn't train or anything, so I was just playing poker during this time, and I eventually built up my bankroll and got good enough to where I was actually supporting myself and my wife and kid. Man, he's 3.5 right now, and changing so much. He's really becoming a little dude. I remember when he was an infant, you're just like, all right, I'm just trying to keep this thing alive. You know, it doesn't really do much. But now he's, you know, he speaks 2 languages. He's like starting to play sports with me. It's the coolest thing ever. And it would mean a ton to win this event. You know, I'm kind of wrapping up the tail end of a road trip. So if I could bookend this trip with another giant win, it'd be really, really cool.
The 2 languages his son speaks are English and Esperanto.
Sure. I was about to say, he's 3.5. He's got more skills than you or me, Joe. It's pretty embarrassing.
Quiet. Should have gone Pig Latin. All right, here we go. Davies with King Queen.
Wow, after that moving story, we're going to see him put a man to the sword. I feel bad with the 007, license to kill. He's just a sweetheart father, it turns out. Absolutely, yeah. And Davies deciding, I think, whether he wants to just call or to put Mockery all in.
Yeah, as you said, Sam, it's been very beneficial to him having Kahan as the shorty, right? It makes it so much harder for the others to play back.
Yeah, he's just calling and keeping some chips back, which allows a flexibility on, well, I don't know, not many boards, but there are potentially boards where we could roll, but also allowing him to check down on occasion against Mockery and keep him in the tournament. This is not going to be one of them, I don't think, as obviously for Kaihan, the chips are going to be super valuable. Kaihan here flopping toppest of pairs. Very nice outcome.
The rest goes in. Davies makes the call. Kaihan in very good shape.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draw.
There we go. Seth doing our...
Thank you, son.
Say it in Spanish now, please, Seth.
Gracias, Senor Davies.
Ute, autes.
the universal language of poker.
Akpe, orde, 8 stray. Turn card. Safe
for Mockery. Just needs to Edfei, Ingsque, and Ingske. Does indeed.
295. Yeah, and it's big because he leapfrogs Lonis. Curtails Seth's chip lead somewhat. And Kyan just a very, I mean, he's just a great card player. Super talented guy.
New chip positions are in. Mockery in third now, as noted by Sam Grafton, the birthday boy.
Yes. Please don't ask how old I am.
I will not, don't worry. As someone who is all of a sudden not young anymore, I don't ask.
Don't ask, don't tell.
I think it's funny that...
Just like Seth's 3-year-old son, I am trying to learn Spanish, though, so we're on the same level.
Feliz cumpleaños.
1.38.
You should move to Los Angeles for a couple of years. It's a great city to learn Spanish.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love that. San Diego as well.
Yeah, probably even better in San Diego. I mean, you can walk across the border to Mexico in San Diego.
Yeah.
1.7.
Action has folded 2.
Yeah, and it just becomes a little bit more complicated with 20 big blinds. There are going to be some shoves. There are going to be some raises. Seth coming in for a raise, using the king just to try and elicit some folds.
Looks like a second date for Mockery here.
Yes.
And not going to play it this time either. It kind of checks out with that. It sounds better than it really is. There's only so much we can say out loud, Sam. We're going to save it for the comedy show on Wednesday night.
Okay. Where are you doing comedy on Wednesday night?
In the Players Lounge.
Is it?
9 p.m.
Wow, that's going to be...
my first official EPT comedy show.
Wow. Hecklers allowed.
By the way, I am still currently auditioning. Anyone wants to host or do a quick opening set? Nobody really thought about any support acts or anything, so... Sam, you want to give it a shot? You want to do a type 5?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Have you never had aspirations for stand-up comedy, Sam?
Definitely not.
I feel like you'd be great at it, buddy.
Definitely not. Interferes with my modeling work. You know, it takes up too much of my time. I'm exclusive, you know.
Yeah.
Like Kate Moss, I don't like to speak too much. I want to maintain the mystique.
Yep.
No one's ever heard me talk for more than 10 minutes. They don't know my opinions about anything. Just
I think as a general rule is just only let people see you do things you're really good at.
King Tray of Spades going to come in for the min raise here. Takes it down again.
Yeah, and we just see that effect where people just, I mean, 8-6 is pretty marginal anyway, but people just don't want to play hands versus the chip leader. You know, bluff catching down the streets. It's just not profitable on a final table in the same way it is earlier stages of the tournament. So Seth's just able to take advantage of that every time he has just you just want high cards to sort of block the re-shoving range. And, you know, this is, we're seeing a master exponent at work, really. Seth, you know, as was alluded to in that VT, if that's correct jargon.
You got it.
Yeah, like, been around the scene for half a decade, more than that, playing at the higher stakes. Just very comfortable in these situations now. Probably feeling even more confident coming off recent humongous scores.
I'll pick up there for Sean.
I think it was a walk.
Yeah, imagine if Kyan had been eliminated. We'd be three-handed all three Americans.
Threads up, as Joe Stapleton likes to say.
It's quite a... I think it is quite a change. It was so fun playing this yesterday. Really, I was gutted to bust because it's so enjoyable playing with these guys.
We were hoping to get some Sammy Grafton on the FT, but
yeah,
it looked like a lot of fun. It looked like it was with their secondary final table with Tonka and everybody on it as well. I thought that was a good vibe in there, right?
Yeah, the atmosphere was amazing. I mean, those guys, Zamani and Tonks were having Zamani got third though, right?
Yeah, but he did end up taking the most money in the deal without winning the actual additional 45K
that makes
at the
sense
end.
because he obviously had so many chips at one point. But yeah, it was really, I mean...
It was actually really unique, Sam. So what ended up happening was he was second in chips when they went into deal negotiations. He demanded more money. One of the players refused. One of the players accepted because he wanted to get the deal done so much. So even though he was second in chips, he got more in the deal.
Wow.
And then they went on to play for 45K on top.
Prisoner's dilemma, and Zamani comes out on top.
Free roll is officially open, my babies. Password London. It is available wherever it is available.
175.
Mr. Lonis.
Yeah, first time we've seen him VPIP in a while since he tried it with the Jack-6 blind or blind.
So Jesse starting off a 15 big blind stack here, Sam, four-handed with tons of ICM, right? So we're going to end up having some more min raising than we might do if we were, you know, deeper in the tournament, or sorry, more shallow in the tournament, or however you want to phrase that. Approximately how low do you want to go where you still have min raises at a final table? You know, if you could kind of rule of thumb it.
I've seen Arthur do it off 6, but I tend to say around 9. But yeah, it's definitely reasonable when you're playing a very, very tight range.
Sure.
And Kaihan defending with a very dominated Jack-10 here.
Flop is 8 deuce deuce. Doesn't hand anybody.
Yeah, a deuce, very irrelevant. It's sort of like they dealt one card here.
Right.
Because, you know, Kaihan doesn't really defend any deuce X in this situation. So it's very hard to continue versus a bet. So it's very weird, actually.
Mockery is checked. Lonis firing 90K.
Yeah. Probably 10K more than he needed to.
Well, I was going to pick up on that, Sam. I was about to say, do you think there's a little tell in that? He went a smidge more than a big blind?
No, definitely not. But it's like, literally you could bet a quarter of a big blind here and your opponent would have a tough time.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very hard.
Yeah.
Spot.
It's funny you spotted that, Sam. I was thinking the same thing. It's what's the minimum dealer? All right, make it so.
Lonis neck and neck now with Mockery.
He's looking the part, right? He looks like the world's number one. It's like very icy look with the sunglasses, the hoodie. I like it a lot.
His look hasn't changed, by the way. I remember when he won the Super High Roller at NAPT Las Vegas last year, they put him on the cover of Card Player magazine. And, I mean, it might as well be that image.
He's not like you, Joe, rebranding and, you know, your stylist has you mixing it up.
It depends what I'm hawking that week. Am I hawking my comedy show, my comic book? Got to wear the comic book T-shirt on launch day.
What are your thoughts on sunglasses and stuff like that at the table, Sam? Have you ever been a fan of wearing them? Is there a reason you don't? I've never really spotted you wearing sunglasses at the table.
I mean, I think, though, the reason that people are beginning to is sometimes the lights are quite intense.
Sure.
If you're playing something with feature table, I think that's sort of when it becomes useful.
Sure.
So I'm coming a bit around to it.
Yeah.
You know. It's the only cultural advantage we have as poker players. We can wear sunglasses, you know, at nighttime. It's the only
cultural advantage?
Yeah, of being a poker player.
There's other cultural advantages.
Like waking up at 1 p.m. every day.
There's that. People think you're cool.
Yeah, maybe. Some other poker players do.
There's a lot of cachet to it.
If you're going to send Grafton, yeah, Joe, sure.
We all think each other is, you know. Poker players all say he's a legend about each other, but no one outside of our community knows. It's like a secret. We're keeping it secret. We don't want the rest of the world to know how cool we all are.
I once asked Chris Moneymaker, what's it like to be Chris Moneymaker? He goes, oh, it's so good. He goes, whenever I want to be famous, I go to a card room, and then if I want people to leave me alone, I just go about my life in a normal way.
Actually, that's literally how the comic book starts out, is that I go hang out in local card rooms when I need an ego boost. I just happen to go where the show's on.
Your new comic book, Trapped.
That's right.
Out now.
It's officially live, everybody. That's right. I'll drop the link in the chat right now if y'all want to check it out. But yes, 4 years in the making. It's on sale.
Yeah.
You know, the original artist quit.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. It's always a bumpy road with you, Joe.
That's how. That's what a tyrant I am. What a torture it was to draw a poker comic.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Charles Dickens didn't have to put up with that, did it? He just wrote the Pickwick Papers and they printed it. Get on with it.
I was like, okay, so here's how this 7-card stud hand plays out, and they were like, what?
Yeah, and as with Jesse's hand, when both players miss, see as the pre-flop raiser. I mean, you should never speak too soon, by the way, in a Sean Winter hand. He's something of a magician. So we won't get carried away. But again, just this one, they kind of dealt 2 cards, almost. They dealt like 1.5 cards.
Sure.
But Winter's just, yeah. Yeah, go on, Sean, prove me wrong. I love it. Put these commentators in the bin by just doing something super rogue. Love this. This is what I'm saying. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy. And look at Davies' hand here. What's he got going on?
Nice work there.
Remarkable. But really remarkable. You see, we're seeing how Sean Winter earns his living right there. That's something that I would never have done. He's just really, whether it's being dialed into something in the ether, I think he might say that he can sort of sense something, or just having the heart, the aggression to sort of go after the chip leader with that wide-ranging C-bet.
I think what we can say is these are 4 very talented poker players.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This is
I slept
top
too much
class.
this week, but not enough
Very cool.
as well. Not very synchronized. You?
I have to leave. 160?
Maybe Jesse can work for us.
Mr. Lonis on the button with the suited
You
queen.
can buy in on day 2. But there's like isn't there a 50K tomorrow or some?
Kyan's like, I'm playing a hand off 14 big blinds in Super High Roller versus the thing. Can we discuss the schedule later?
I'd rather play the man.
Yeah, Davies in the big blind with a fairly defendable hand, in my opinion, Sam.
Yeah, just as chip leader, you get to play a lot of hands. I mean, it does have the properties of being dominated by the worst opens of Kyan. In this case, we can see it's a pretty fair fight.
Last time I was here, I got.
Yeah, this is an interesting one now. The final table dynamic is so strong here, isn't it, Sam? So King 8 tray, mockery with Ace Queen. Seems like a board we can see bet pretty liberally, but you know, on the final table, how much does that change, Sam, in terms of your flop strategy?
Yeah, it's just betting range here pretty much.
Right, yeah.
King High just too good for mockery when, yeah, he's just not opening sort of suit connectors and stuff.
That's 10K more than you needed to bet, Sam. Just kidding.
I think I get 30 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds post-flop.
Post-flop is
only
30.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the first
decision.
Only the first round of pre-flop is 15. So if somebody raises and then gets 3-bet, they have 30 seconds.
It's only their first action.
You guys don't need that all that time. Come on. Reminder of the current standings.
Yeah, the more you do.
Davies still just under 60 big blinds, 33 for Winter, 17 for Mockery, 15 for Lonis.
Hey, special shout out to PokerStars Strag in the chat. Hello, buddy. Welcome to EPT Barcelona.
The great man speaks.
And when he speaks, they listen.
Yeah, I mean, alluding to that 15-second shot clock, it's pretty intense, I would say, actually. Especially once you get out of your comfort zone in terms of the time banks you have. I was really struggling with it yesterday, actually. Because actually you have to sort of prepare yourself. You're getting on with everyone and chit-chatting. And if you get a medium, like now at a final, every decision's hard.
Yeah.
You know, you face a shove. Like earlier on, if it's like limp, do you check or raise? Okay, 15 seconds, fine.
Right.
If you, it's really demanding.
It's also just a different cadence as well than you're used to, right? If you play these events a lot, so I can understand that for sure. Yeah, but.
By the way, I do think it's a good change.
Me too. Yeah.
But it's a further demand.
Yep, sure.
It's another layer
It's
on top
not
of the
nothing.
thoughts.
No.
You want to give me a test question, Hardigan? Nope. We got an EPT quiz happening on site tonight. Hardigan, your quiz master. Nice flop here for Winter. All trees.
Yeah, and it's hard to notice because Winter's just nailed the board, but Kyan actually has caught a tiny little piece of this board.
Yes, indeed. Bottom pair.
Yeah, and Sean gonna play to the beat of his own drum as always. I think with the Jack and 8 of clubs. Yeah, he checks back. It doesn't actually surprise me that much. With Sean, I think we do. Yeah, a lot of players would have just bet. And Kyan wondering how much is this fall worth now?
At 30.
470,000 in the middle.
Is that a sign the 4 is good? Does he want to keep the pot small, even if it means releasing some equity? You know, if he gets called, yeah, does check. The 8, less likely to improve Kyan because he has an 8 in his hand. Might even check again.
Why not, if you got the board locked up this hard?
Yeah, and...
Ace of diamonds in the river.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Winter, he's trying to make his hand look like maybe he's steering ace-queen to showdown. So in a weird way, this card on the river, not necessarily going to embolden Kyan to start bluffing. If he checks the river, it's definitely unorthodox, though.
I agree.
I think even Sean feels.
I bet 1.
Balance your check back range by checking back.
The nuts sometimes.
Yes.
$280,000 is the value bet.
Yeah, and Kyan's just considering King Queen with the Queen of Clubs or something like that. Queen Jack with the Queen of Clubs. You know, Kyan doesn't let anyone off the hook easily.
Oh, he's such a tough opponent. And doesn't really go awry very often.
Yeah, he's great.
He thinks about all the options and then usually makes the right decision.
Yeah, he's a scary player to come up against. Very, very strong poker player. You can see he's a little irritated. He feels that maybe he got outdrawn there on the river. Like that ace was the worst card that could have come. I was going to get my value bet in against ace queen maybe, but actually the ace was a very good card on the river for Kyan.
What I really love about Kyan, which is typically the exception, but not so much at this table with these 3 Americans, is that he also seems to be having so much fun.
Yes. He realizes how lucky we all are to be playing cards for a living, you know?
Now, granted, the Americans do tend to make it look a little bit more fun than the very studied
Sure. I think it's also the combinatorics of who you get sat next to each other.
Of course.
Actually, having Seth sat with Sean and they golf a lot together probably and hang out, it's opens everyone up.
Absolutely.
If you put Patrick Antonius next to 4 other ex-tennis playing multimillionaires who live in Monte Carlo, who are also 6'4",
he'll light up like a Christmas tree.
Exactly. He's just when he's standing next to me, he thinks he's next to some sort of munchkin, and it's just can't be,
He knows you though.
No, yeah, but yeah.
Free roll's underway, by the way. 15 minutes of late reg on that. London, the password. It is available in all the shared liquidity places except Belgium, Germany, and Sweden. It means you can play if you're in the EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and the UK. Greece is back in the mix, huh? All right.
Come on, Greece. Fill your boots.
Let's go.
Fire up that account and get it popping by winning the free roll.
Sambuca on Sam.
Yes.
Looks like Seth's going to open here. King 8. 10-9 suited the Grafton.
Yes. And Jesse, from the big blind, I think, it kind of isn't as good as it seems as a reshove, but Jesse definitely considering it, I think that's a good fold, actually. Feels so tempting to windmill it all in there.
It really does.
Yeah, what can go wrong, basically, with 10-9 suited, but you're kind of interfering with the raise folds.
Windmill is not generally a verb we use when it's a good hand. You're not windmilling it in with aces.
Yes, exactly.
You're kind of starting from a place of being behind when you're windmilling it.
Yeah, F it, this'll do. But when you're number 1 in the world, you just wait for a better spot.
When you're famous, they let you do it.
Free to those who can afford it, very expensive to those that can't. Oh, Mockery. He wants it. Look at this. Ace-5 off. He's thinking. Play like a chip leader. Chip lead's all in the mind, Kaihan.
Wow.
Chip lead's just a state of mind.
I'm not going to feel so bad the next time I
pitch Ace-5 off.
Yeah, because of ICM.
Oh. You have to be on the final table for ICM to
I
be a
made a final table. I played a sit and go.
Listen, some LA Invitational at a producer's house is not making a final table, bro. And Sean here with...
I have no pithy rejoinder.
with the ochos. Again, very...
Snowmen's for winter, yes.
Yeah, deciding how to approach it. This is what I'm saying about the 15 seconds. I feel like it's a tell if you go into your time bank that something's going on, But anyway,
sure.
I think it's really interesting he elects to raise here. I would have imagined that we just can't raise eights here, but Sean's really a fearless character. He's happy he knows he's got a good hand. He knows it's cool if he gets a fold here. So he's happy to sort of inflate the pot. And Seth does fold.
Very good. Happy
camper.
Snowmen's for winter. And what was Frosty the Snowman's catchphrase? Happy birthday! Oh. Bringing it back to Sam Grafton.
Sailboat birthday.
No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, I'm a bit tired, yeah. Are you?
Yeah.
All pumped up by adrenaline.
It's 28.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty nice for the nightclubs of Barcelona if Kaihan wins, I think. You can actually, if you want to meet Kaihan, you can go to Opium tonight and he will be there.
I would like to meet Kaihan.
Yeah. You would hit it off with him for sure.
No, I have not had a chance to actually socialize with him, and I do believe we would hit it off maybe a little too well. Trying to convince the brass that they need to build a day off in for me so that I can go socialize and strengthen my relationship with poker players. It will make me a better commentator. They haven't gone for that yet.
Me and Kyan need a table of opium together so that I could commentate better.
Correct. You get it.
I understand.
Hello. Current standings, Jesse Lonis approaching the 10 big blind mark. Not many more for Mockery. Winter around 36 and 63 for Davies.
Yeah, 1 million just. Yeah. Yeah.
Sam, you want to guess how many players from Greece have registered the free roll?
4.
You got a guess, Nicholas?
10.
Nick's got it.
10?
15.
I was reading off the screen here, but
oh, Nick cheated. All right, Sam, you win.
Welcome, though.
Still a good guess.
How do we say welcome in Greek? Anyone got it?
Oh man,
no idea.
Anyway,
Davies, ace
you
jack.
are welcome.
I only know the bad words in Greek.
I started watching that new Netflix show, Chaos.
That's amazing. I don't think
about the Greek gods, and I kind of liked it.
I got a good review in The Guardian.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's a show or it's a film?
It's a series.
Series,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Afraid about him with Kings.
Jeff Goldblum plays Zeus. It's pretty fun so far.
It's a good premise.
Tom says Nick was reading off the screen and he was still 5 off.
No,
No, I was trying to make it look believable. I could still beat Sam that way, right? Jeez, guys. Where's the meta?
Kalos Earthes is welcome in Greek.
You 3-bet him to 360.
Yeah. But I did say specifically reshove.
Reshove.
Yeah.
All right, hand number 66.
Yeah. I limped.
Davies,
He raised.
UTG, King,
Yeah,
Queen
that
of
was
the
the one.
offsuit variety. Does Lonis want to take a stand here with his suited ace, Sam?
No.
Owen?
He shoved on him yesterday with his game.
He's number 1. I'm number 87. So he's number 1, and if he does it, it's good. I think the problem is that you just get called by almost every ace.
9-1-5.
Yeah.
I mean, here he can actually get called by West, so it's kind of nice.
That's why he's number 1, Sam.
Great.
There you go. That's what you want to do. You know you got the best hand. You're like, ha-ha! You called me with king high.
Ace queen. I think you're good.
Lonis at risk. The slight favorite.
Oh, bad news, Jesse. I had the same hand
That's who? That's who?
as you.
So,
Davies could potentially knock a player out and add to this massive chip lead.
yeah, Kyan and Sean will be hoping Jesse is eliminated, that's for sure.
Oh, you faded. Oh.
King, Jack, Jack.
I seen that.
So just paint.
Top pair for
Yeah,
Davies.
No, once there was paint.
Long way to go for Lonis.
Paint.
Yeah.
Behind.
Paint. I was looking all right.
Of course, the easy way is just to spike the ace. Turn card, 7 of clubs.
Ace and an ace on.
Lonis with a lone river card
Is that right?
to bail him out of this situation. Otherwise, it's going to be 4th place. No ace, 4th place.
Yeah. Good game.
GG, Jesse.
Good game, brother. Yep.
Another huge score for the young American, forging a huge name for himself in the poker world.
Sam ain't kidding. Huge score, 457,400 euros.
Welcome to Europe.
I was just
dead button.
Yeah, it's a dead one.
And we're down to 3. Threads up poker.
Paint. You're in very good shape. Because I had Jack 5.
There's only one possible flop. I'm not ahead.
Yeah, it can't come Jack. Oh yeah, it can.
It can. There's three in
Yeah,
this.
that's a good point.
Sean's such an alien. It's so funny. So, you know,
so I am big.
it's these two bicker like Bert and Ernie.
We can focus on the fact that everyone's now guaranteed 616,000 euros.
Yeah, Kaihan Mokri still in the mix to go back to back, but the overwhelming favorite, Seth Davies here, humongous chip lead, and we're really in a position where he can. I mean, Sean Winter really handcuffed as a clear middle stack.
Mokri's turn with the 8s.
How many times have you said making a mockery on air?
You know, it's such. I haven't done it. I don't think even once. It's so low hanging.
It's too low hanging. Of course, Joe the High Road Stapleton.
That's right.
Wait a second, guys. Check this out. Mokri, our shortest stack, is going to open those pocket 8s. Winter is almost certainly going to be getting Mokri all in here, and I think we probably spin it, Sam.
Yeah, makes sense. Sean deciding whether he wants to go for a 3-bet or a jam. Maybe also just a little bit of dinner theatre for when he's got the harder decisions. Kaihan impassive.
$1.1.
Davies going to wake up with a hand. Back to Kaihan, who's all in.
Ace, king, 8-8.
We are flipping potentially for 3rd place money, potentially eliminating Kaihan Mokri in 3rd place for 616,000 euros.
Yeah, and he's fine with this, I think, Kaihan. We've gone far enough.
Like Harvey Specter versus Harvey Birdman. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Ten, 9, Trey, 2 diamonds.
So far, so good for Kaihan.
Does want to fade the diamond on the turn as well. 6 of hearts, safe card for Mokri. Gotta fade the A's and the K's. Does dodge them all.
1.1.
Double up, Mokri.
Yeah.
And we are going to play on 3-handed. And Kaihan Mokri jumps up into 2nd in chips. Sean Winter with 21 big blinds. No clear short stack anymore.
Yeah, still a good spot for Seth.
Still an opportunity for a back-to-back as well for Mr. Mokri.
Yeah, and it's nice, I mean, see these 3 talented guys at work.
2,
7, 8.
8, okay.
I wonder how Seth feels about it. I mean, see, when we get a heads up, his ICM power is lost. Maybe it isn't an okay situation to just accumulate and grind these guys down. I don't know. Probably you just take the pay jump. Here we are. What a sight.
And on the final day of this event, the World Championship of Online Poker begins in cyberspace. And we'll be broadcasting WCOOP 2024 all the live long day on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Nick's going to be handling a lot of that. And we'll be having live cards up coverage of the main event as well, September 30th through October 2nd. Hardigan and I are going to hop in and steal all the glory at the end of W Coop, but Nick, you're broadcasting most of it every day?
Yeah, I would like to say a lot of it. So similar to the Scoop schedule that we did this year, which was very extended. I think we streamed 4 or 5 days a week, 4 evenings a week to cover the day twos, etc. I'll be doing something similar for W Coop, maybe with a smidge more opportunity for Nick to actually win a trophy once in a while.
Cool,
too.
man.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be great. Looking forward to it, and I hope you guys enjoyed the W Coop boot camp as well. Thought that was a fantastic addition to the schedule. Great way to warm up, and now the real deal is upon us to get playing.
Seth Davies, chip leader, ace deuce off in the small blind.
Yeah, and just rips it using the ace to block the. Oh wait.
Whoa.
A mocker of the
Maybe I'll
eights
get a play
again.
jump at some point.
This time the black ones.
Maybe this is the way I can win an all-in.
Yeah.
Someone else wins an all-in.
I can win it.
Wow, Sean getting in a quick moan here.
Nice.
I did well yesterday in all-in, so can't really complain.
Sick one to win.
Guidance the game. Well, it's kind of more about me this time.
Less money involved, but
Yeah, and this is a chance to go from bottom to right back in it.
wow, back to back. What a beast. Back to back eights, back to back wins.
All entirely possible at this point.
Kyle's smiling a little bit too much for my liking.
What a needle.
Voodoo magic.
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying real hard.
Sean's giddy at
Lucky
this
guy.
one.
What can I do?
We should get him in the booth. All right, let's see.
King, queen, queen, all paint again. Any comments?
Counterfeit outs now for Seth.
King said, I fold ace king. Just getting situated over here.
Turn card 7. All right, finally a undercard. At least it's not an ace.
King? You think it's a king?
He
I
did
had a
it
line
last
of
hand. Can he fade the aces and kings again on this river? Yes, he can.
Huge.
280.
Absolutely huge.
The equity shift in the last couple of hands, Sam, just absolutely insane, right?
Yeah,
you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of euros worth.
Wow, 2 double ups in a row for Kyan Mockery. Takes him from bottom of the leaderboard to the very tippity top.
You played this final table how I usually do.
I told you it was you. You remember I told you I was playing like you? You didn't hear it?
No.
Here it is if you don't believe us.
Watch the stream
The
later.
numbers don't lie.
I hear it.
Neither do the hips. That was the alternative. Originally it was called Numbers Don't Lie, and then a very talented producer said, hey, I don't know whether it's going to sell. Is there some, could we switch that out? But yeah, this is absolutely remarkable. I mean, I mentioned a couple of times about Kayan with the possibility of going back to back, but more in sort of hope and you know, to recognize how far he'd come than in the belief he would get it done. And Seth, who's really been dominating since I've been in the booth anyway, is plummeted right back into the mixer.
And you have
For no real
3.9?
fault of his own.
No, of
3.9,
course.
right?
3-9.
3.9. Oh, okay. Like super close.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a real game on our hands now, you know, because Sean Winter is going to do things his own way as well. Seth, in my sort of opinion, a bit more by the book, real fundamentally sound, and Kaihan a bit more of a wild card in how he's going to approach this chip lead.
I asked Maria earlier who would be the most studied of the group, and she kind of had a similar answer to yours. She's like, I think Seth maybe, and then probably Kaihan after that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think sometimes these guys that sort of deviate, they know the stuff but choose to operate in that way. But yeah, I mean, I think undoubtedly Seth's the most sort of, from an MTT perspective, the most studied. You know, Kaihan's cash game player for a long time, you know, and still probably to this day.
Queen Jack versus King Deuce heads to this flop of 6, 4 deuce, 2 hearts, bottom pair for Winter.
Doesn't strike me as a board that we want to be betting with Queen Jack here, Sam. We got showdown blind v blind with the Queen Jack anyway, right? We don't necessarily need to be turning this hand into a bluff, but
yeah, it's not so much the showdown, but you don't fold out a better hand.
Yeah, that's important.
You fold out the hands you dominate, so that's why I think we don't want to, you know, no club, you know, we're getting floated by the clubs in the heart, so you know, it doesn't really benefit from betting.
Both players check.
5 of spades on the turn.
Kind of the same setup again, isn't it, really?
Yeah, there's just so much 8x or what have you that we might want to consider betting. Again, it's interesting because I wouldn't have played too many limps here necessarily. So again, it depends what your exact limping range looks like. Maybe this is low in your range.
Check on the turn.
Yeah, and Kyne's, you know, he's always trying to think, what's the bottom? No, and still doesn't want to. Just hoping his opponent has literally queen 10, queen 8, something like that he won't bluff. Can Winter go for a value bet with bottom pair?
Yeah, I mean, 19 big blinds behind here, guys.
I wouldn't, by the way.
I wouldn't, yeah.
But I mean, Sean Winter's an animal. He's just thinking like, is this the best hand? Can I get, you know, was I being trapped by ace queen high?
I guess the other question is, does
wow, look at this.
120.
Wow.
It's just very, very strong poker. It's just very, and to have the confidence and sense that your hand here is good. You know, maybe even the king kicker, you know. Or to sense that Kaihan would have bet a 4 on the flop, would value bet a 6 or a 9 himself.
That was exactly my question.
It's sort of that level of deduction down the streets.
Kaihan folds the queen high.
I mean, this is how these guys are playing. Best hand bets, worst hand folds. Very tough.
So earlier we showed you some EPT legends playing the main event, but we've also got a record number of gold power pass winners. Here's some of them going strong in the main. Cameron Sinclair.
Love this.
Lucas Sheng.
With the swaggy EPT sportswear,
it's a
leisurewear.
pretty cool zip up. We've got Bartosz Kolendowski.
Wow, he's ripped off my look. I'll be
you don't own nerds, Sam. Arturs Jimenez.
He's winning absolutely everything recently, by the way, this geezer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Henrik Styrashev.
Wow. They're making up these surnames to test you.
Yeah.
You had to get all...
Styrashave? I don't know.
If you get all 10 correct, you get Hargan's job.
Casio Oliveira.
So make a watch.
Eat it, Central Casting.
You have 4, 3, 8?
And coming back now to the feature table, guys. EPT 20 years of champions, final 3 in the super high roller here.
Spoiler alert, he did not get my job. He was drawing dead after Jimenez.
EPT nearly old enough to drink in Vegas.
And newsflash, guys, if you just joined us, Kai Mockery is the chip leader suddenly after a few double ups. Very important stuff.
Yeah, it's very, very, very close between him and Seth.
So you'll notice that the new blind level, 50,000, 100,000, is a 30-minute level. Once we are three-handed, the blind levels reduce from 60 to 30. So we're going to play 2 levels back-to-back now before the next break.
All right, so Kai Mockery, 43 big blinds, Seth Davies, 39, and Sean Winter, 17. Now the short stack has some work to do to get back in the game. But it's the easy math level, Sam. That's important, right? 50K, 1 million. Oh, never mind. 50K, 100K.
It's a steep.
You were talking a while ago, Sam, about the fact that you would love to have seen Kyan go back-to-back here in Barcelona, and now it actually looks like it's a realistic prospect rather than just a pipe dream from your perspective. I mean, I have to be honest, coming into today, our hope was the 2 stories really were can Patrick win 2 super high rollers in a row, or can Kyan defend his title here in Barcelona? Well, sadly, Patrick was the first man out today, but Mockery now is chip leader, has the slight advantage over Seth Davies, with Sean Winter the only sub-20 big blind stack at the table.
Yeah, so much variance in high-stakes poker particularly. You know, you can't just small ball your way to victory when you're up against this kind of opposition. Wow. Huge hand on the button.
25.
Race 225.
Pocket tens and Davies raises, gets the fold from Mockery in the small blind. Seth Davies in the big blind with King 7 of hearts.
Yeah, and Sean with a nice hand here in the form of King 7 suited.
All in.
Wow, and he just jams it.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's going to get snapped off here by the tens.
I was going to ask Sam if some of these suited kings do become jams in the big blind, and Winter does decide to pull the trigger on this one. Tens obviously a monster three-handed though, so we're going to go to a flop turn and a river.
Not quite a flip. The overcard for Winter. The pocket pair for Davies, and Winter is going to need to hit to survive. 31% chance of that happening.
The king with the axe, King 7. Yeah, and although these two good friends, not much banter, I think they feel at this moment how it's weighing heavily. I mean, Seth not run so good, and this is a big all-in for both these players.
9-8-5. That is a gut shot for Winter, plus 1 heart on the board.
Yeah.
The backdoor strawberries.
Yeah, a little bit going on now for Sean.
Right now, kings and sixes are immediate outs.
And that's a big old brick on the turn.
Still needs a king or a 6 to survive. 7 cards he can hit, or we are going heads up in the super high roller. River card is a 6.
Oh my days.
Oh, wow. It's the straight for Sean Winter, and he doubles up through Seth Davies.
Yeah, and I really feel for Seth. What a disastrous 40 minutes for him.
Oh, man.
They've just done the big switcheroo on the leaderboard. Winter now playing close to 40 big blinds. Seth Davies now drops below 20 bigs.
Yeah, he's plummeted from having over half the chips in play to being the tournament short stack. Sean Winter working his magic once again. Such a hard player to eliminate from a tournament. I mean, really, when you know, so much of tournament poker is about survival and fighting on, and he just seems to find ways other players don't to win pots or stay afloat. Here, obviously, just a little bit of run good, you know.
Yeah.
But I really feel for Seth, who had the trophy. He almost felt like he had it in his hands, and we were waiting for the others to line up, who's going to be fourth, who's going to be second, etc., etc. But now, you know, I mean, the good thing is I feel like Seth won't be affected by it.
Is it okay for you if we do it 2 minutes?
It's definitely brutal.
You just got to pee or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to go to the bathroom.
Comfort break required.
Why don't you just go right now?
No, this is a classic power play from Mockery. We just tested the
don't
waters.
really-
He doesn't actually have to go.
I kind of.
We can just play. I mean,
right,
it's not like
Can we just? We can't do the break in 23. Or we can.
we can, but we still.
I'm saying we can do 20, 23, and then when's the next one?
The break is in 53 minutes. If you want to take a 2-minute break right now.
No,
Yeah.
So I time when I have to use the restroom based on the levels.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you still have that
It's
control
gonna
over your
mess up.
bladder. I wish all of
This
us
is
had
the
that
level
luxury.
they play at. This is the level they play at, guys. Everything's synchronized.
We're athletes.
I wish I could make it through a 2-hour session of poker without needing to pee.
Because like
I
when
go
we're
at
going out
least
break,
twice.
Break of the game.
Like clockwork.
Yeah, that's my point.
And it's hard to like get to the restroom.
You can't go to the restroom. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, exactly. We're first
Top
break
tier
now,
stuff
I don't
here.
understand.
I've never seen a tournament.
Was that was that a
sync
toilet
up the
break
dinner break.
denied for Kyan Mockery though?
Yeah, you got troubles going to the bathroom too, right?
Sean Winter overruled.
I couldn't move.
Yeah, exactly. That's my
Kyan
point.
testing the waters. And Winter asserting dominance.
It's about time it happened. Super high rollers we want our own restaurant. We want it cordoned off. We want, you know, warm. We want heated floors.
I tell you what. Yesterday,
Japanese toilets.
Patrick had a bucket up on the feature table. He might have finished with it. Let's just get that up there.
These guys, don't make these guys go all Esfandiari on us. That's part of EPT heritage as well, though. All right, Seth Davies with the beautiful-looking Queen Jack as Sean Winter comes in for a raise.
And it is an ace-queen-8 flop, giving second pair to both players. Winter with kicker problems. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the fact that I just feel for Kai Mockery. I feel that he's in great discomfort right now, that he's, you know, going to start doing the kind of moving around uncomfortably thing, crossing his legs.
He's a professional, James. He's got this under control.
Yeah, and I wonder if Seth, yeah, he checks back. And it's quite interesting because the ace is kind of discounted here, almost in both ranges. A lot of ace-x just shoves for Sean, and Davies rejams most of it, if not the entirety of the ace-x portion of his range.
Yeah, when we're three-handed, obviously, Sam, so hard to get away from any pair, really.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Davies. I wonder if he can get two streets here. It's not easy playing against a stack that's covering, but you know, he does check back again.
Yeah, might still be able to get a street on the river here, though, Sam.
I mean, I think Sean's going to go for value, but I mean, I wonder if this hand might have just been worth. It's quite hard because it's sort of worth a street and a half, Queen Jack, and he's electing to just keep it under control. I mean, sometimes Sean's just got 10-4, by the way, and it would have been great to check it back again.
Man, look at that face, Sean Winter.
Yeah. I wonder what size he's going to go. Yeah, he's just considering. This is
So 650K in the middle now.
Well, it went check on the flop and on the turn. The bet from Winter
is pot.
On the river is...
No, 375.
Half pot.
Yeah, he's going to get snapped off.
Yeah.
Does get called. And Seth Davies gets some back. And actually, the two stacks are pretty close now. Winter playing 3.2 million. Davies playing 2.7 million. Kai Mockery still way ahead with 4.3 million. But a relatively shallow stack. The chip leader with 41 big blinds.
Yeah, it's hotly contested, this trophy, you know. Kai Han, of course, a favorite now with the chip lead, but it could still end up anywhere. Some respite for Seth, who, as I said, through, you know, no fault of his own, really, has had a terrible hour or so. First substantial pot he's won in a while.
That's the trophy they are fighting over. Also, the not insignificant first prize of 1.37 million euros.
Yeah, big money.
Davies in the small blind completes with 7-5. It's Mockery's option in the big.
Yeah, and the pace of, you know, we had a bit of chit-chat four-handed, but the pace of play three-handed so relentless. And many decisions very close. One just sort of focused, sort of realizing how close they are to the prize now.
Yeah, you guys will notice also the action here went limp check. Mockery obviously had the opportunity with the ace to do something in the big blind, but just opting to keep it chill, which I dig. It's important to have some of those in there. It does pick up a gut shot on the flop, while Davies spikes middle pair. And I don't expect Mockery bets here too often, Sam. He does have showdown with the ace already, plus the gutter ball as well.
Sometimes you protect the ace.
The ace side, yeah.
Yeah, you get your street of value now. See some flexibility.
8 on the turn. Davies now an 84% favourite.
Yeah, so that's so controlled with his frequencies. You saw that with the Queen Jack. You know, protecting himself down the streets to either value bet the river or sort of bluff catch, or even a bit better than bluff catch. But now on this run out, by the way, he can go for value with the 5, I do believe. Very safe river card. Probably would have heard from Kaihan before. Now.
Yeah, it does strike me as a value bet river now for Davies. What's the size though, Sam? How are you feeling about this one?
I mean, he's quite, yeah, similar to what,
10,000.
yeah, a little bit bigger than no, actually, just third pot. Yeah, very, just giving those king highs, even queen highs, a tough time. And I think Mockery will be forced to call. He's hating it. He feels like maybe it's a better call versus a bigger bet, but has to pay it off.
Yeah, calls the 110K. Davies pretty much tied with Sean Winter now, 30 big blinds each, 40 for Kaihan Mockery. Apologies, Sam, if it's already been covered, if Joe's already asked about it, but I'm assuming you were happy to see 41 entries in the Super High Roller this year after last year's slightly disappointing turnout.
Yeah, exactly.
I have, but I know now.
Yeah, I know now too.
It's okay, we can talk over bathroom break. So yeah, it's a great turnout across the board for the high rollers. The numbers up for all the
You used to hold it a second and a half longer and then throw it across the table.
I hope they're not talking about bathroom breaks.
No, I like it.
I mean, now that I know you, it's fine.
I kind of like
nothing intentional.
No, I
know. I
don't even understand.
I've seen him do it with bluffs.
But yeah, 41, more than respectable for a 100K buy-in. It was a really good field, really good atmosphere at the tables as well. You know, as there always is in these big events. You know, in some of the side events, we had a great time. PK played a few events, which was also a little sprinkling of superstardom. Never hurts. You know, I'm talking about me mainly, but of course PK was there as well.
Calosaurus says, is there a stream without commentary? Want to just listen to the table talk? Apologies, but if you want unfiltered toilet conversation, we do not provide that option.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure what they were talking about there. It's always a hard one to get right.
Sounds like I show my cards like an asshole.
No,
it's not on purpose.
No, it's like it's
always the same.
It's your energy. It's like you see.
It's. I guess you are a
put
little.
Off a defeated energy.
I guess you are a little dramatic. It builds up a lot of like, you know, suspense.
No, I'm the most dramatic guy, huh?
I still think it's Sean.
Yeah, I know.
They're talking about how Sean shows his cards at Showdown or whatever, and it's funny that when you do play a lot of cards with a certain person,
So we're
some of
doing
their
it 2 minutes
mannerisms
after this level or not?
could be annoying, or some of their mannerisms could be endearing.
I don't know. I don't think that was. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, and you see now again with stacks being so much more even, the sort of raising dynamic has gone away somewhat. And everyone incentivized to just play a little bit lower variance against each other.
Check.
Seth's so deliberate with his actions. There's potential here for a bet occasionally with the 10 deuce. Just try and get a fold from, say, 10-6, 10-5, but doesn't. And turns the best hand.
Pair of deuces. It's been a while since we had a flurry of bad lookalikes, but a lot of people suggesting that Sean Winter looks like Jason Statham.
Just about.
Very bad look-alike, sure.
That is the nature of bad lookalikes. They're meant to be a bad lookalike.
He looks a little bit like Seth Davies with a beard. I feel like he looks like he's about to fly a helicopter. So I perceive it.
Something that I can see Jason Statham doing in the next Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah.
It looks like he's mad about it, too.
And Sean...
Oh, mad about it.
I believe, considering if he wants to...
Toretto.
Go for value here. He's thinking, can I... If I'm going to call a bet, maybe I can get... If I'm going to call this much, maybe I can get 125K from King High. Yeah.
Thought I won.
Is that better? Is that better or worse?
It was different.
Can I have the money?
Oh.
Because our next scheduled break is classical dumps.
Sean's rattled, man. they called him out.
Our next break that we're supposed to have, they have the break too. So we're gonna.
I know.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
It's not on. How many times do we have to say hi?
Yeah,
We can't be going for breaks
I'll go to the
at the same time as the regular folk.
I'll start
What are
chugging
we?
now.
What are we enduring?
Can we have the
Let
break?
them pee. Let them pee.
You know, we're super high rollers.
We do
Jeez.
5 minutes after this level. Yeah, yeah.
My only concern is in 40 minutes, I still have to send you on the way.
Yeah, because
That's fine.
yeah.
Let's just take
It's
two
all right.
breaks.
It's just like
Yeah, we'll just.
can't even move.
We can't move because. Yeah.
Can't move.
stay in
Things that
here,
may not be
hunker
true.
down.
How do,
So
I can't possibly be seen with Gen Pop.
Well, it's kind of hard to do 2 minutes when.
Let's say 3 or just whatever people.
We'll have a race.
225.
So you can we can,
That's low-key very funny.
cross swords in the urinal so we can see.
Just one question, like 3 million?
Don't cross the streams.
3.4.
Never cross the streams.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you should have your own private concierge service.
Yeah.
You know, your own butler coming up to the stage. Private toilets.
You know those lists of like the worst jobs in the world? I'm just going to throw it out there. Having to clean the bathrooms here after a break in the main event has got to be an unenviable task.
I thought you were going to say being Sam Grafton's butler for the day at EPT Barcelona.
No, I think I quite enjoy that in a masochistic way, but no, the state that poker players leave those bathrooms in.
I think Team Pro should have like a competition, and whoever loses has to be the butler at the super high roller,
Sure.
and you have to like fetch drinks and stuff like that.
Well, the ace is playing, giving Winter the advantage. 10% chance of a chop.
Can you imagine Spraggy in like a butler costume? Yes, sir. Drinks, anyone? Drinks? Drinks, super high rollers?
Check.
Do you reckon there's a bet here now, Sam, for the ace 10?
Yeah.
215.
Just protect our hands.
Seems good, right? Yeah.
If we get check raised, then we deal with that when the time comes.
Definitely still get called by King High here, even maybe some Jack High some of the time.
Not going to get called by 10 high.
Doesn't look like it.
So 8 minutes till the blinds go up, and more importantly, 8 minutes until players can relieve themselves. I'm going to take the over on this break being 2 minutes, by the way.
Seems like a good bet.
I think between the three of them, they'll come up with a strategy.
When was the last time we had an American win a super high roller? A kind of 100K one.
100K super high roller winners from the United States of America. So, I mean, I'm going through the years. There were a few in the early years, right? We
Dan
had
Smith.
Dan Smith.
Busquet.
I mean, Eric Seidel was back in, what was that, 2015? Would that have been the last one? Seidel?
I'm trying to think of the players. Not Bonomo since then? No?
No, Bonomo's was all the way back in 2012.
Ike hasn't won one, I don't think.
Dan Coleman was 2014, but as I said, a year later, Seidel won in Monte Carlo, beating Dmitry Ivanovic heads up.
Yeah, that is a long time ago. The great Eric Seidel, the last to fly the flag.
So out there battling. What kind of watch is this, James?
That is the Rolex GMT Master 2, known as the root beer because of the black and brown bezel. It comes in two variations, stainless steel and Everose Gold. That is the solid Everose Gold model. It's a very baller watch. Very heavy watch.
It looks heavy.
So none of the local Barcelona, you kind of don't go on the beach, just...
I would not recommend wearing that walking around the streets of Barcelona. I wouldn't recommend wearing that walking around the streets of most major cities, to be brutally honest. It's a very easily identifiable watch.
I mean, if it's that heavy, I wouldn't recommend going swimming with it either. But there you go.
400.
The original root beer, which was a yellow gold watch, was made famous by Clint Eastwood. He had a personal one which he wore in many of his movies. It was then discontinued by Rolex until it was reintroduced in 2018 in its current configurations.
Yeah, and the 4X here with the 10-4 suited. A hand that's not comfortable, sort of limp calling, and Winter in a manner running into it again, as Davies does have a hand to continue with.
That's an above average flop for 10-4 suited.
Yeah, it's nice with the potential backdoors. And again, Seth, Sean really, someone I think will sort of freestyle, but in general, a board where we go a bit bigger. I wonder whether we want to bet this one or check it. It does
380.
Yeah, he does benefit, of course, from protection. And I wonder if Seth wants to continue or not.
We've got to float once here, right? King Jack seems a little bit too good just to fold on this flop with two overcards, backdoor straight draws. Plus, of course, can just be the best hand blind v blind as well.
Absolutely. Pot getting big now.
Full 380,000.
And Sean going to be a little concerned by this. He's hoping for a 6 of clubs, I can tell you. And that turn card giving both players a gut shot.
Check.
Mr. Trust watching on YouTube says, imagine being Seth Davies, winning 3.2 million literally last week and at least top 3 here. Unreal.
Yeah, it is unreal. But well deserved for Seth, who's just a super strong player who's run quite bad in a lot of spots. As he checks back, big river coming in, and it is Seth who takes the lead with that jack. Big swing in equity.
The biggest. 100% for Seth Davies.
Yeah, and a little bit strange now for Sean. Obviously, the 10, not often, but occasionally outkicked. Can't go for value. And Seth Davies now, a bit worried about queens or a better hand. We'll just check back. Happy to take the 1.6 million. Yeah, and unfortunate in a number of ways there, Sean. If the turn had been, say, the 3 of clubs or the 6 of clubs, something like this, and allowed him to bet again, could have protected his hand, picked up the pot.
Yeah, the ace on the turn is a bit of a funny one, isn't it?
Yeah, it sort of froze him up.
So a change in the chip lead once again. Seth Davies back in the catbird seat.
He's back.
Kyle Mockery sits in second place. Sean Winter, the shortest stack with 22 big blinds, although blinds are up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, very dynamic final 3 here. The chip lead changing back and forth. No, this is what makes it so difficult to navigate all the time, having to adjust your ranges according to who covers who, how short the third player is. Not easy.
Raised 225,000.
Yeah, interesting adjustment here from Winter, going for more than just the 2x from the button. Goes for the 2.25. As the short stack as well into the 2 bigger stacks. Davies with a candidate here, Sam. Definitely could consider.
I think we don't want a 9.
Some aggression. I was going to say ace-9 might be a bit on the wider side to try and make a move, especially against the 22 big blind stack.
We'll see. We'll see. But you know, Seth.
800.
Yeah, Seth knows what he's doing, and definitely someone that sort of will randomize, I would imagine, do things at a certain amount of frequencies, and again, you never want to speak too soon with Sean Winter. Will release.
Do you think there's some information in that, Sam? You know, obviously adjusting from 2 big blinds to 2.25 as the short stack. Does it feel a little bit more like he wants folds when he does that, or is there anything? Is that overthinking
I don't think
it?
you can. I mean, I would certainly never have the confidence. I wouldn't have the confidence to do that against someone like Sean.
Sure.
You know, he did a wildly big sizing with the aces.
Right.
That time. You know,
Yeah.
where you might have thought, oh, well, this is 9s.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
this is Jack. This
Yeah.
is Ace King off.
Sure,
Where he wants to.
sure.
You know, he's his own guy. So.
Yeah, no, it is interesting to theorize anyway. It's just super interesting to see how these guys are going to navigate in somewhat unconventional manners, but as you say, probably finding a lot of balance in doing so as well.
I mean, definitely. I mean, you know, it sounds like you're making, I'm making a slide or something, but I think Sean himself would say that he's someone that really is prepared to take every hand as an individual spot.
Sure.
And he's confident in himself to make folds other people might think are bad, or readjust sizings, or you know.
Yeah.
And it's obviously served him hugely well. One of the most successful poker players of all time. So.
yeah.
I have
3-4. What's add behind?
3-6.
See, this again, I think some people just wouldn't play a call here with 4s. Like, this is, yeah, I'm a little surprised. Like Cayenne again, sort of. It's really nice to see these guys work, because it's a really dynamic and interesting final table.
So the button raise from Seth Davies, flattered by Cayenne Mockery in the small blind with 4s. And Sean Winter calling as well with Queen 6 of diamonds. Family pot.
Very rare three-handed family pot. With one mystery card as well. It's all going on here, guys.
Ace 9 deuce with 2 hearts. Does Davies have another heart under there?
Yeah, and it kind of feels like, you know, if Davies has got 10s, he wants to bet. And if he's got, you know, it feels like no one is you got to be a little careful about Mockery's range, because obviously he's got something, but I would imagine he's going to want to bet reasonably often. Checks back, and will he?
Ooh. Wow. The strawberries keep coming.
Come on, Cayenne, just go for it here. What can these guys even have?
Marco asks, is that Griffin
there we go.
speaking?
There we go.
Wow. I mean, has anyone insulted you to a higher degree in your life, Sam?
And this is, I think this is really nice from Mockery. I presume that Davies is going to have like Queen 10. I mean, he could even have a flush here, by the way. But I do think that this is nice from Cayenne. I don't know exactly how his flatting range looks. But 4s with a heart, just the unblocking properties of it.
Yeah.
And so Davies, we can sort of assume, has at least a gut shot and a flush draw, if not something stronger. It's funny because his other card is very pertinent to here.
I think we can assume he has the 10 of hearts here, Sam.
And Cayenne, wow. And look at Cayenne's hand. Now, if he'd been bluffing with King 10 or Queen 10 or King Queen, like, it's very hard not to go for it on this river. Like, you are stone bottom of range here. On the other hand, yeah, I mean, and your opponent doesn't have Ace King. You're worried about sort of King Jack, pocket King sometimes.
Oh,
there we go.
Days.
And goes for a. Yeah, it goes for, and I mean, you don't rep much. This is big, really. I mean, what's he saying? He's got Queen 10? Ace 9 specifically, maybe. And I wonder what Seth has. Is he tanking because he's got a flush and he's thinking of shoving? Is he tanking because he has Queen 10 and he's, I mean, I presume it's not going to, he folded.
Yeah.
Okay, quick break.
Yeah, let's just go real quick.
Okay, so
must have been King 10.
Cayenne Mockery retakes the chip lead as they take the impromptu bathroom break. Nick, do you have a stopwatch on your phone?
Yes.
Can you start it? This break's meant to be 2 minutes. I want to know what it actually is.
I'm on it. And go.
So the players will return very shortly. This is not a scheduled break. A reminder that they are still playing for significant sums of money. Patrick Antonius cashed out in 6th place for 278,400 euros. Santosh Suvarna gets 358k for finishing in 5th. Most recently, Genesee Lonis departed, earning himself 457,400 euros. So the last three are all guaranteed 616k. 895 for the runner-up. The winner of the Super High Roller here in Barcelona will get 1,372,420 euros. And before anyone asks, no one has floated the idea of a deal yet. There were negotiations about using the facilities here at Casino Barcelona, but no talk of chopping the remaining prize money. Of course, that could change, especially with the stacks being pretty close, especially between Mockery and Davies, 38, 30 bigs respectively. Sean Winter is approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With just 13 big blinds at the new blind level, which is 60-120. So reminder, we're going to switch our focus to the tournament you're seeing on the screen right now, the EPT main event from tomorrow. Once we wrap here in Barcelona, the European Poker Tour heads to Cyprus. That will be in mid-October. We'll close out EPT 2024 in Prague. Live streams from both stops. You can check out the full EPT schedule on the PokerStars Live app. And of course, you could win your way to an EPT with Power Path. A gold Power Pass is redeemable for an EPT main event package. So if you're working your way through the steps, if you manage to bink one of those gold passes, we could see you in EPT Cyprus or EPT Prague before the end of the year. Plus traditional satellites running for both those events. Alternatively, if you fancy crossing the Atlantic, guess what returns to Vegas this November? The North American Poker Tour. More than 35 tournaments, including a 5K main event this year, a 25K super high roller. There are some low buy-in events as well, a $550 mystery bounty, a $550 cup. There'll be live streams on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Plus, the big game is back. A new season of the big game on tour will be filmed at Resorts World in November. We need loose cannons, and there will be qualifying tournaments and a casting process at that event. Yet another incentive for you to come to Vegas in November and be part of the NAPT. And of course, Gold Pass winners for this festival will be fast-tracked to the casting process. They will be considered to be loose cannons without having to go through one of those qualifying tournaments. Exciting stuff. Very much looking forward to returning to Vegas, Nick.
I am so excited to go back to Vegas. Last time it felt like such a success. Obviously a fantastic venue. We really enjoyed being at Resorts World. I feel like it's very well positioned to enjoy Vegas in a natural sense outside of the resort as well. There's lots of cool facilities all around the actual resort itself as well. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see what we can do this year, especially coming off such a long extended break before the previous session.
Absolutely. Of course, You can catch up every week with new episodes of the Poker in the Ears podcast, details about upcoming events and upcoming opportunities. One thing I'd highlight here is that we're always on the lookout for superfans. We have an on-air contest called Superfan versus Stapes, where we actually give away a bronze power pass worth $109. Now, obviously, people could use that to play the Sunday Million, or they could try and spin it up in a Step 4 qualifier to win a silver or a gold pass and come to a live event. If you want to apply to be a superfan, make sure you have joined the PokerStars Discord server. It is completely free. We have a dedicated channel on that server for you to apply to be on the show. There's also a general channel to discuss the podcast, and in fact, a lot of other fun channels on that server to talk about live streams, to talk about MTTs. There's even the padded tilt room, Nick, where people are allowed uncensored to whine about the random number generator.
Yeah, I've got that muted, but that's okay. And actually, it's fine because people seem to do that in every other channel anyway. So it's all good, guys. We prefer you to keep it there. But of course, you can also join us over on twitch.tv/PokerStars for WCOOP coverage immediately after we wrap up in Barca. I cannot wait to host some very cool cards of coverage from the PokerStars Arena, James.
Absolutely, and of course opportunities to play WCOOP as well, with every bankroll, with them having low, medium and high buy-in tournaments for every single event taking place from the start of September to the beginning of October.
I think what we should do is when we cut to the screen, we should have someone commit a crime somewhere in the room, and the viewers have to spot it, like somewhere, you know, there's
that dealer's pitching, not sliding. There you go, crime spotted.
I spotted that as
well. What do I win?
Yeah. Someone, you know, a thief just gets a free shot at taking jewels from someone's handbag, and you have to like piece it together somehow. We have I don't know, Mikita Badiakowski wander in and you know, remove someone's wallet.
Okay, this was meant to be a 2-minute break. Nick, what does the timer say?
5 minutes, 38 seconds.
Okay, so we have basically 3x to the break, but it has allowed the players to be more comfortable for the remainder of this session.
Just think how good the poker's going to be now. They were holding back, you know?
Absolutely.
They were like, their wings were clipped. Now they can really fly.
I think maybe we should just put Spraggy and Stripes in that wide shot and do like a Where's Waldo kind of thing. You know what I mean? Can you spot the Spraggy? Spot the Spraggy. There you go.
It's too tall. It'd be easy.
So blinds are now 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. 25 minutes on the clock until the break, when they can go to the bathroom again.
I'm not stopping the clock until they actually start play again, James. These are precious seconds on the feature table. Do they know how much the production costs on this? Unbelievable.
4.4, I think.
No, he got a walk.
4.4.
He did get a walk.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yep.
I'll give it to him.
4.4 plus this, yeah.
I got like 3.9.
Yeah, so it's
Very
actually
impressive, guys.
Kaihan with that big bluff, by the way, which, you know, we didn't really talk about too much. Really, I mean, that's brave and bold. A little bit of an unconventional flat with fours, but just adjusting
relevant
to the fact that he's at bottom of range, forcing it through and getting, one imagines, unless it was 10-8 exactly, Seth to fold the best hand.
Cool.
It gives him the chip lead. 4 big blinds clear of Seth, with Sean Winter, the extreme short stack, on 13 bigs.
Davies completes in the small blind, and Mockery checks his option in the big. Ace-5 versus 10-9. And the flop is Queen 6-5.
Once again, Davies with the best hand. At quite a deep stack to pot ratio. Doesn't want to inflate things, so just checking it over to Kaihan. And he will go after it. 10-9, going to give him a nice bluff on some 7x, 8x. Happy to win it now as well. And with the 2 overcards to sort of 5x, 6x, which might check call. And Seth will continue. And in she blows. A 10 on the turn.
Nice. So funny because Literally, James Griffin just typed on YouTube, Davies deserves some luck, and then the 10 hit on the turn.
And it goes check, check.
Davies probably happy to try and get to showdown. I don't know if this is a spot where we're really going to get try and go for value. But if it's, I'm assuming it checks to Mockery here, Sam, and then I'm assuming you want to really polarize on this river, right? On the bigger side, it's closer to the 600K mark.
Yeah, I mean, Kaihan's going to feel like he's got a very, very strong hand now on the river. With that queen pairing, this 10 very
600
valuable.
600,000.
Got him.
And now Seth just with a really nice bluff catcher, one imagines. Unblocking the 7-4s, 7-3s, 3-4s, 7-8s. You know, no spade. Kaihan never bluffs with an ace or a 5. He just folds. That's sick.
It's a very good fold.
Really remarkable fold there, I think, from Seth. So easy to pay off.
Take these?
And for whatever reason, whether it's the...
Thank you very much.
I mean, really great play from Seth.
Especially with the check-check on the turn, right? You can really talk yourself into a call on that river easily. Great stuff, three-handed here.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by that. You know, because also I think sometimes people are a bit overwhelmed by Kaihan. He has such flamboyance the way he plays, and he is willing, as we saw with the pocket fours, to make big bluffs. But obviously, you know, he's a great poker player at the same time.
Yes.
And you know, so easy to just say, okay, I pay. Let's see what you got.
Here's a good question for you, Sam.
Bless you.
When you are playing with players of this caliber, as you do, right, and you know that you play with many people who are so capable of just putting you in the blender in so many situations, do you have some method to try and not level yourself? Like because I imagine going into a field like that, I would just find myself going, but wait a minute, he's definitely going to be in here with this and this and this and this.
I mean, obviously I had that hand against Nina yesterday, where it's very, very difficult.
300.
Where someone so capable of finding bluffs. I mean, it's just about staying calm and assessing where you are in your own range. But of course, I mean, someone like Seth is going to, you know, we've all played together a lot now. And you're going to have also, there are some specific tendencies to players or things you can sense. And I'm sure Sean Winter is like this, where you do want to individualize on occasion and be like, yeah, this guy I'm looking up a bit more, and this guy isn't finding the bluffs here. That's why it's very impressive against Kaihan. I guess also with the bigger size, the 5 is a bit less use. You know, against the smaller sizing, could it be the same hand or something? Some 5x gets bet. Whereas, I don't know, it's just a very good fold in my opinion. That, I mean, again, speaking against the actual hand that Kaihan had.
We reach hand 85 of the final table. Mockery with the chip lead starts this hand with 42 big blinds.
Yeah, he stretched away a little bit from Seth.
Winter folding 9-4 in the small, and looks like Seth Davies has already given up the big. That's why 7 deuce off.
It's also worth saying that chips won are worth quite as much as chips lost on a final table. Like passing chips, making any neutral EV decision becomes minus EV. So perhaps that plays into Seth's thinking as well.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great way to think about it too. It's a good way to visualize it on a final table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaihan Mockery, we were aware of his online pedigree. I think the first time most of us got to see him play live was here in Barcelona 2 years ago when he had that deep run in the main event.
Well.
Yeah.
Bluffed a guy off a set, I believe. It's really, really amazing to see.
That was a great final table. It was a great event. I had to relive most of it doing the TV shows because I was sick that year, but it was a good one.
It's my favorite of all time. 6s for Winter now on the button.
Yeah, nice hand to find off of 10 bigs.
I think we're all in here. Or wait a minute, FT situation, Sam. Are we going to do a almost all-in situation? There it is, one chip.
The virtual all-in.
Yep, that'll do it.
Gets through.
Do you think there's a big difference between doing the half stack shove there and the virtual all-in with the one chip behind?
Yeah, I mean, the one chip behind doesn't make any sense there.
Right.
Big. Although, how much has Kai-Han got? I mean, Kai-Han, no, I think actually leaving half a blind behind is good because Kai-Han can call and then check it down with you.
Okay.
So again, it's a different reason. It's not because if two players go all in, you're going to fold.
Gotcha.
It's so that it can be advantageous to both you and the chip leader to allow you to survive.
I see.
Again, you need to both be on the same page about it, though. So it's you know, I don't know. Some of these little wrinkles are
the implied collusion needs to be heavily implied.
Exactly.
$300. Blind v blind.
Raised 300,000.
Mockery raises. And Winter folds.
Folding the Jordan. It's been a long old tussle three-handed now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But you can really start to feel the blinds doing their work, right? Yes. Definitely starting to feel the squeeze on both Davies and Winter here. 26 big blinds and 10 big blinds respectively. As we round into hand number 88, about 16 minutes left on the break. But something's got to give eventually, and at the moment, they ain't talking deals, Sam.
No, there won't. I don't know. I don't know about Seth and Sean, but there won't be a. It's very unlikely there'll be a deal.
Yeah.
With Kai-Han wants the money and the glory. He's got property to buy in Oslo. That's what he's.
Glory, trophies, and big monies.
Yes, exactly. He's a glory guy. You don't switch from cash games to tournaments unless you want a bit of glory. And I mean, he's a heads-up player. I mean, there's lots of reasons. I don't think Seth will either. Let's see. It's like you need a lot of gamble to play these stakes.
Seth with Jack 4 in the small calls, and with a dominating hand, Seth Davies checks his option. Ace, King, 6, 2 diamonds.
How are you feeling about this limp pre-flop, Sam? Jack 4 off in the small blind. Feels a little bit wide for my taste, personally. That's just me, though.
Yeah, and it might work. I mean, actually, you just shove. I mean, you've got aces and kings. You don't limp. Ace Jack, I don't think.
Right.
You just shove.
A lot of your King X as well going to go in here too. So
I mean, everyone plays it like this, by the way. This is how everyone plays it. But if you actually think about the ranges, it's a little different how it seems.
Sure.
It's kind of like no one's got an ace or king.
Right. Based on the pre-flop action. Right.
And that diamond might embolden Sean Winter though.
Yeah. Has the better of the 2 flush draws on offer.
Davies does float queen high correctly though on ace king 6. Love to see that. Very spicy.
Yeah, it's quite sick. Jack 4 trying to brute force out queen 4. Can he do that?
That's 200,000.
200,000. So that's about 1/3 on the turn here, guys. Leaving himself a tantalizing amount to shove on the river potentially, Sam, if he wants to continue the 3 barrels.
Yeah, and Seth isn't sure here. Is it better to just have? I mean, he's got a. Is it better to just have a 6 or 7? What's the relevance of the 4 of diamonds? Is it bad to have hearts? He just doesn't. It's really close. You could see Seth's instincts are like, this is an on. like you're betting here. You bet the flop too much. Maybe you limped too much, by the way, too many hands. Maybe you bet the flop too often. It's so hard with just queen high. Go on, Seth. Go on, Seth. And I would love to see just a brick on the river, like a deuce of clubs, and see what we get.
Well, it's not a brick, but the queen of clubs just consolidates Davies' position, had the best hand all the way, and now hits that pair.
Yeah, makes no real difference if Sean shoves, but let's see. I mean,
720.
720 is such a weird size here, Sam.
all 3 barrels unloaded from Sean Winter into Seth Davies, and no immediate release. And this is just two very strong-willed players going head-to-head. Very old school in a way. Brute force from Sean Winter.
What's the takeaway from the 720 and not the all-in, though, Sam? That's the question.
I mean, I think it's reasonable to leave 2 big blinds back with some portion of your holdings. You can see Seth, he sort of wants to call. Just taking stock. I mean, it's also thinking, can just bear, I don't know, can he just treble king 10, for instance? He's just going to see a light 3 streets from second pair. And is he just going to be up against pocket aces that just bet, bet, bet? Or is he going to find 8 9s, 8 10s, 5 4s? I guess having a 4 really hard decision. And this is huge, by the way. I mean, if he calls here, Sean Winter is on life support.
Yeah, he'll be left with fewer than 2 big blinds.
Right on the cusp. Look at the focus. Yeah, he's working it through. Yes, what a call!
What a call!
What a call!
Heroes
amazing
with the queen.
Great play from Seth Davies.
Takes most of Sean Winter's stack. He's left with just over a single big blind.
He stepped out of line and Seth Davies pounced. Very nice call. Great heart from Sean Winter. Great heart from Sean Winter.
Yeah.
The courage to fire all 3 streets and an amazing call. Just high stakes poker at its absolute best. The pinnacle of the game. And this is why Seth Davies is the man of the moment right now.
Seth Davies, second in chips with 4.6 million. Kyle Mockery still chip leader with 5.4 million. Sean Winter, 215K, just over 1 big blind.
Yeah, and not much said. I mean, these two are great friends, I'm sure, away from the table and respect for each other. But there's almost a moment of quiet at the table, like something big just kind of went down.
Yes, that was outstanding. As you already said, though, as well, Sam, Sean Winter, claps in the chat for that. That was a really nice 3 streets, just picked off by an absolutely stellar call at the end there. And there's the all-in.
No, shit. Don't speak to Sean Winter. That last chip does not go across the line until he absolutely has to.
You're right. It's the effective all-in.
He actually limps on the button here. And Davies calls out of the small blind. Kyle Mockery in the big blind has 10-6. He checks his options, so we're going to the flop.
Well, you're going to see Winter get away from his hand at some point here. This is what I'm predicting.
Not a single big blind wasted.
King 9 deuce, so that's a pair of deuces for Davies. Action check to Winter.
Yeah, and this is someone who is an exponent of the short stack and really doesn't put that, you know, has come back from some extreme situations. Doesn't improve anyone.
Winter with the gut shot.
Check.
A lot of outs here for Winter on the river. A jack, no, a jack wouldn't do it. A 10
Check.
or 8 would give him the best hand. Right, he's put it in.
Yeah, all in for his last 95,000. Davies currently with the best hand with a pair of deuces. Mockery with a gut shot of his own. That's a call. Mockery folds.
Well, which gives Sean extra outs, by the way.
Yeah, his equity jumps to 21%.
It would be ironic if a jack came, by the way, for 95K.
So Sean Winter at risk and behind. Does not hit on the river, and that is going to take us to the final two in the super high roller. We're going heads up here in Barcelona. Sean Winter, third place finisher, cashes for 616,600 euros.
Yeah, good game, Sean.
We have a break in 6 minutes. Let's just do 10 minutes now.
Yeah, I assume they have to like set it up for heads up anyway.
Yeah.
Another amazing run from the superstar American Pro. Eventually coming undone in that huge hand versus Seth.
Yeah, so he's the
can be very proud.
I think we have the exact same too.
Do we?
Yeah.
As I said, he on yesterday during the freeze-up period was down to just 2.5 big blinds and
sick. We have
pulled his
almost the
way
exact
back.
same chips.
Fair fight.
For another huge score.
Well, they've noted that their stacks are very even. It's 5.19 million playing 5.06 million. So they're going to be playing 40 bigs effective in this heads-up battle.
We don't need 20 minutes.
But I need 20 minutes.
Oh.
Because there's a lot happening right now.
Okay, can I just go up to my room then and we come back?
It's just going to be, yeah, but I still have to give you time and it's going to be 20 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going
Let's
to put it on the...
Let's say, Seth, return 5 o'clock?
What time is it right now?
It's 37.
23 minutes, yeah?
It's the players negotiating when they get to come back to play this out as we recap the action so far in this super high roller. 6 players return for the final day, competing for that 7-figure score up top. Patrick Antonius was one of the short stacks. He lost a flip against Jesse Lonis to bust in 6th. Back-to-back final tables in super high rollers for the Finn. Santosh Suvarna got 9s in against Ace Queen. No help for Suvarna, he was out in 5th. Jesse Lonis finished in 4th, knocked out by Seth Davies. Jesse cashing for 457K. And then we saw Sean Winter bluff off almost his entire stack against Seth Davies, eliminated by Seth on the very next hand. So this heads-up battle is worth the difference between 2nd and 1st. The runner-up gets 895K. The winner gets 1,372,420 euros. And as we've heard, no suggestion of a deal, no conversation regarding redistributing the prize money, unless when they come back from break, they decide that with even stacks, they might want to revisit those payouts. Confirmation is very close. 42 big blinds for Seth Davies, 43 big blinds for Kyan Mockery. Although in reality, it's going to be shallower because we are coming to the end of the 61-20 level, and I think they'll be putting the blinds up, 6 minutes after they get the heads-up battle started. And of course, you know, heads-up poker works. It could be over in one hand, given the circumstances. Now, a big part of this event, a big part of EPT Barcelona 2024 is commemorating, celebrating the 2 decades of creating champions on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're calling this event EPT 20 because it is celebrating the 20th anniversary of this iconic tour, which started in this very casino, this very month, back in 2004.
I was in Barcelona for the very first EPT. I remember the excitement of something new.
I thought it was something special from the very first one that we played, because a big televised tournament was new in Europe.
This is a big part of my life. And I remember everything from the first tournament.
Every single winner had their own sort of little story to tell. And they changed his life.
Playing the EPT and winning one of the first ones, that set my path in life really for poker and my career.
I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid, and that propelled me into the man that I am today.
EPT is all where it started for me.
Antonius victorious.
It's something that I think everyone who plays poker should experience.
There is this community around the EPT, and everyone feels part of something that has legacy, has prestige, and is loved.
I think it's a testament to how great the EPT is that it's been around this long.
In a tournament, it's pretty rare to finish first of the EPT main event, and this feeling is too much for me. I explode.
There's no doubt, it's just one of the most prestigious brands. It's something that everybody would want to win.
It's really hard to think about one day better. It was the best day of my life.
I can't believe that I've won this.
I can't even explain what happened that day. I've never even come close to that feeling.
Okay, I'm in the rush. I'm in the zone. Nobody can stop me.
Winning was magical for me, and that changed my world.
So it's incredibly nice to be a part of the EPT history. Main event will always have a special place in my heart.
I think it probably will last another 20 years.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back. It is Simon Vinciac who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour. I'm a bit emotional after the video, sorry. As you saw in the video, what began as a dream 2 decades ago has now evolved into what is the most prestigious poker tour in the world. Many faces from the video are still here today. That's a great testimony of loyalty, trust from players, from media, from staff. And yeah, we've witnessed many unforgettable moments in the circuit. Great poker moments, legendary winners, fantastic locations, and overall amazing life experiences, should you be a player or a staff member. EPT is very much a family. We all meet and greet in amazing places around the world, enjoying the game that we all love. So now the EPT, as I said, is a human experience. Many players, many team workings behind. Next to me on stage are some key people from the European Poker Tour. I will start by John, the guy who needs no introduction. John Duthie, the creator and founder of the EPT. Next to John, and for everyone who is watching us online, Francine Watson has been here for also 20 years creating the best poker content. Thank you, Francine. Another person who needs no introduction in the world of poker, award winner, tournament director Toby Stone, of course, with us. You might have recognized him from the video. He looks the same 20 years later, and he's here with us this year, Alexander Stavich's first ever EPT winner in Barcelona 2004. And of course, you see the EPT is a great machine. Many teams are working, but there are some central pieces of the puzzle. I just wanted to introduce Margarita and Julian from the EPT team. Thank you very much for your hard job, amazing job you guys do. So we're all here to play poker, right? We just wanted to celebrate with you. Thank you. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for everything. Let's get back to poker. I will give to John the last word of today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm not going to keep you very long. I've just got a few things to say here. I know how much players want to get back to the felt. Shuffle up and deal.
Action restarting in the main event following that presentation on the main stage here in Barcelona as we celebrate 20 years of the EPT. Our thanks to Cedric Bilot, Associate Director of Live Events at PokerStars, introducing some of the key people who make the EPT happen and who bring it to you both online and on TV. So action is going to restart in the Super High Roller in 13 minutes time. The players will be back from break, will play heads up, we'll play for the title trophy and that first prize money. So back in 30 minutes time here on Twitch and YouTube. Blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000. And on this hand, we are going to sweat with Tobias Reinkemeyer, who's in the big blind.
Olo doesn't sweat with anyone. That's why he ditched the sleeves.
He folds. Watson's out.
Showing the card seems like a foolproof way to show everyone what you have.
Yeah. Mercier and Jensen and Dan Smith all pass. So round to Philip Sternheimer in the small blind. And he will raise. Makes it 20,000. Tobias's hand is...
looking good for a defend.
King 8 suited.
Yep, we can defend.
It's never easy.
Well, if Reinkemeyer calls here, it won't be easy for Sternheimer. We'll have to play the next 3 streets out of position.
And we're 100% German.
There's the call. Here comes the flop. King 9-9. Tobias will be feeling pretty happy about this one.
This board's pretty dry, and we've got an okay top pair, so if Phil continues, I'd say our most likely course of action will be to just call.
Sternheimer does continue. He bets 23,000.
Raising would eliminate most of Phil's bluffs, and folding, well, that's just crazy. Come on, you stupid banana head.
Reinkemeyer just calls. 93,000 in the middle. The turn card is the 7 of spades. Reinkemeyer picks up a flush draw.
Ooh. Phil bets. We are calling again.
Sternheimer now checks.
I think I like a check behind here best. There's not much value to be gotten from worse hands.
42.
Reinkemeyer's betting 42,000.
Well, Phil's not going anywhere. Little trembly maybe too.
Well, his shaky hand manages to throw out a raise to 86,000.
Small raise relative to pot, but a big chunk of our stack. If we are losing, we can still hit a king that's probably good for at least a chop, and flush outs that are probably also good.
Tobias calls, leaving himself 92,000 behind. There's 265,000 in the middle. A blank on the river.
Not a great card for us, but it's basically the same as the turn.
I'm all in.
Sternheimer shoves, putting Reinkemeyer to a decision for his tournament life.
And he is in this tournament for 2 bullets. He's invested 100,000 euros.
What should I do, Philip?
In general, this is either a 9 or it's nothing. This is why I like checking turn and just calling a smaller river bet. Even though we're getting 3.5 to 1, this is for our tournament life. I don't know if Phil's going to turn up here often enough with nothing to make this call for our last chips.
Reinkemeyer with just a bluff catcher. What's his read on Sternheimer? Does he think Philip's bluffing? He does! He calls! Sternheimer tables King 9. He flopped a full house.
Ew, our outs were not live at all.
Tobias Reinkemeyer calls it off and is eliminated.
And we lose another full-blooded German.
Bye-bye.
Ich bin ein eliminated.
Sternheimer up to 900,000.
Don't like taking from other Germans.
Something tells me he'll get over it.
Back to the main feature table. Jason Mercier has folded under the gun. Action's on Philip Sternheimer, who's got pocket kings. He raises to 22,000. Jakobsen folds. O'Dwyer is out. Vitaly Lunkin's got queens.
See you at the river.
3-bet to 56,000. Watson folds the small blind. Negreanu folds the big blind. It's back on Sternheimer.
Both these guys should be looking to get it in. This is a really tiny 3-bet from Lunkin, so we may see another small 4-bet rather than a straight shove.
Sure enough, a small 4-bet from Sternheimer to 132,000.
I know Vitaly is older and all, but there's no way he folds this, right?
Well, this is weird. A 5-bet from Lunkin. It's not a shove, but it is a virtual all-in. Most of his chips have just gone across the line.
And is Phil Sternheimer Hollywooding, or is he genuinely getting sick in the gutty works over there? You got kings, brah.
And then you got like 200.
200 sentence trail-offs? Yes, just 199 more to go.
About 300 behind.
Oh, he was counting.
Surely they're going to get the rest in here.
I think that was a legit groan. Talk about first world problems.
There aren't many players that would be taking this long against.
Wow, this is a legit decision. Somebody delouse the bakery because this is one hell of a knit roll.
I guess he thinks Lunkin never 5-bets with anything less than aces.
Well, Tolly, you got one of 2 hands, I guess, or maybe 3.
And you're crushing all but one of them.
So I got to think about it a bit more. You show me if I fold?
I know there's a chance that Lunkin shows up with aces, but you're never folding here.
All right, boys.
Well, Sternheimer has only called. He's left himself 61k behind.
Okay, I'm going to go all in blind.
That would have been way more dramatic had it actually been all in.
Well, I think the rest is about to go in.
I'm going to blind. It's not too late to fold.
Sure enough, he's betting 61,000 blind before a flop is dealt, and Lunkin has called.
Can we turn him over now or wait to the flop?
Are you calling? Yeah.
Boy, is this table going to be surprised when they see him turn over those kings.
Vitaly says call.
And Lunkin shows the queens.
Pocket Kings has a Heimerlock on this hand. Why is he standing up, though?
Well, officially, he is the player at risk, even though he is an 82% favorite here.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking about?
Vitaly, you couldn't easily have aces there, you know? I respect your play.
This pot is worth 1.45 million.
Oh.
There's a queen! There's 2 of them!
Not bad. No.
Quads for Lunkin!
Wow, that was grosser than when your shoelace comes undone in a public bathroom.
Not bad.
Hold on, he can still hit running kings.
Sternheimer with less than 1% equity. And now drawing dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed death by quads.
That is horrible. Totally makes me want to vom. Sternheimer was in for 100K too. Phil, it's okay if you want to cry. No judgment here. This is a safe place.
Good luck, yeah. Good luck with the chips. Mike, good luck.
What are you going to do, bud?
What are you going to do, yeah? Good luck, okay?
As Sternheimer exits the stage, Vitaly Lunkin becomes the new tournament chip leader. Time for Sternheimer to spread the word. Hashtag death by quads.
No, what happened? All in, like a 1.5, 1.4 million flop. Kings against queens. King flop is queen, queen.
And we get a shove from one of the small stacks at the table. Petit shoving for his last 11.5K.
Was Petit shoving from the small?
Nope.
Would have been a triple threat.
Well, just Phil Ivey in the big blind, looking as interested as ever.
I think that early Ivy has some like Tom Dwan tendencies with the looking around, mouth open.
That's so weird that you call him Tom Dwan tendencies. I would say Tom Dwan had Phil Ivey tendencies.
Yeah, that's true.
So Ivy calls the all-in with ace-7.
He wants the dealer to turn the cards just a little more to the side.
Uh-oh.
Flops a gut shot.
See ya.
Wow.
Oh.
Dead to a chop.
Wait, you can hit a jack.
Oh, of course.
Straight.
A better straight. I just didn't think that was even a possibility, because I never thought in a million years that the very first hand we would see of Phil Ivey on the EPT would be a hand where he
I knew when
lost.
you said only a 7 would tell me I was going to lose that pot. I thought I was going to lose it when you said that. I didn't see. It's okay. Not your fault.
Phil taking out his frustration on the guy calling the cards.
Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. It's like, oh, you didn't know either. Like the, you know, what the floor says stands. No, sorry, you lost. The floor didn't announce you're out.
Ivy nonchalantly raises the button with King Queen.
Have you done that because you have a hand, or it's because you're duty on the button?
You picked the wrong guy, buddy.
Yeah. Punch him, Phil. Oh my god. Oh! What?
He's going to call out the small blind. Lex is slightly perplexed by that move.
That's
He's going to outplay Ivy.
Oh, please do it.
So Ivy with the gut shot to Broadway.
Pierce laying the trap.
Here we go. So we all want the check raise here, right? That's what we're all hoping for.
That's why we remember Ivy and not Mr. Pierce.
Ah. I wonder if that guy knows he's playing against Phil Ivey.
I mean,
I remember when the American guys, when they would come over to Europe, I remember seeing Doyle for the first time. I believe it was in EPT London somewhere.
Yes.
But anytime somebody made their debut on the European scene, it was always kind of a big thing.
I mean, I can't believe that there was anyone playing in this event who would not know who Phil Ivey is.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you, I mean, boy, I really hate it with the 7-9, huh? What are you doing? You trying to flop 6-8-10 specifically?
Oh, here comes Reet Petit with his ace-queen.
Is it from the little blind this time?
No.
Whoops.
stuff.
Not a fair fight. Down to 1% equity, running cards needed. Okay, good shot with a 3 on the river. But it's a 6, aces hold, and Petit is eliminated by Ivy. Welcome back to Barcelona in the year 2024, still hosting the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This, its 20th anniversary. And the final table of the 100k Super High Roller continues. Seth Davies going heads up against the reigning champ of this tournament, Kyan Mokri. And the stacks are pretty even. 43 big blinds, 42 big blinds. So Mokri with a slight advantage. And blinds still 60,000, 120,000 for 6 minutes until they go up again. Difference in prize money, well, you can see it, 895k for the runner-up, 1.37 million for the winner. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
And we are rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Hi, everyone.
What do you expect from this heads-up battle, Sam?
Yeah, very exciting. 2 super accomplished players. Kyan looking to go back-to-back and make his own bit of poker history. Seth Davies, one of the top players on the tour, as these guys have a little handshake before they get underway. You know, obviously, got a stellar resume, but I'm sure we'd love to add a Super High Roller title.
For the Olympic gold.
We're making history here.
There we go.
I mean, 3 big years.
2 down, 1 to go.
What a historic
for Kyan Mokri, the final table, the biggest ever EPT main event in 2022, winning the Super High Roller in 2023, guaranteed at least second in the Super High Roller in 2024.
Yeah,
that's what you guys were chirping about.
Can he make it back-to-back is the big question now. About 40 big blinds effective to start this heads-up match, Sam.
Okay, gentlemen, we're still on 61-20.
20 O chips, but could go either way.
A big blind, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, dead even
A lot of heads up,
for all intents and purposes.
Evens, Stevens.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, we begin this heads-up battle on hand 90 of the final table. Mokri on the button in the small blind, first to act.
250.
Raises.
Hot start.
7 deuce.
7 and a 2.
So now we can say he's got the chip lead. Obviously, it's quite a high variance heads up because we do retain that big blind ante. So there's as many chips to be won each and every hand as if they were 8-handed.
Seth Davies. Jack-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, very beautiful hand.
Completes.
So we have the same stacks.
Mokri with pocket 5s.
A couple hundred more now.
Yeah.
Deciding
420.
to elevate with the 5s. And I don't think we want to be folding the Jack-9 suited.
Raised to 420,000, called by Davies in position. So already 960k in the pot as we go to the flop. And that flop is Jack-9-8. Top 2 for Davies.
Yeah, big flop for Davies. I think Mokri will be aware that this is a board that's going to hit the limp calling range. Obviously, 3 overcards flop pretty often, but he will elect to continue. A little surprised at this, actually. But obviously, perhaps a hand that doesn't make sense as a check call wants to put it into the betting range just to get himself to the turn. And now Seth has to decide whether to call or raise.
Such a wet texture, Sam. You know, you got to be concerned about some ugly turns and rivers, but obviously mixing in some calls makes plenty of sense as well. Your opponent could just completely whiff here. Just elect just to call the 240.
Turn card is a 5.
Wow.
Oh my days.
Mockery with the set.
Yeah.
Against top 2.
Yeah, remarkable, remarkable turn card as those equities
Is there 30 seconds?
flip flop.
30 seconds.
And now Mockery having bet small on the flop. It's a bit weird, but I just assume he will begin to size up.
Yeah, it makes sense. Davies is
Yeah,
gonna have,
and
oh wow, does elect to check.
yeah, and this is kind of nice because the flop bet sort of perhaps didn't contain his strongest hands. And there's plenty of value bets that Davies will make, both with some floats, queen, X of clubs, and the like, as well as his strongest hands. So I'm blocking the top pair and the like. Mockery will check, and it is a hand that is going to give fives plenty of action. Davies can get value from many, many other holdings.
With the action check to him, Seth Davies bets 750K into a pot of 1.44 million.
Yeah, and just like Stapleton's comic, Mockery has got Davies trapped here with the set. And the question now is, do we spring it with it all in now, or do we just check call?
Please tell me he's paying you for that, by the way.
It does seem like there's a lot of bad river cards, so maybe we want to go for it all now against hands like Jack 10.
Yep, such a wet texture. Got to be concerned about those big draws coming in.
Yeah, Kyan considering what does he want to do with this exact holding. Maybe, yeah, he jams.
All in, shoves on Davies, and Davies calls! And this could be it. Jackson 9s are Seth Davies' only outs.
For back-to-back titles for Kaihan Mockery. Unprecedented.
If it's not one of those 4 cards on the river, he has done it. He has claimed the Barcelona Super High Roller title 2 years in a row.
What a cold deck. This is unbelievable stuff.
Only the second hand of heads up in this 100K buy-in event.
4 outs for Seth.
4 outs.
There we go. Thank you, Seth. He's a match guy as well.
9% chance.
Stoic, but inside we'll be hoping for a brick river. As they await their fate. Well, it's a long time coming, this river.
Big river card that could decide the outcome. It's an 8, not enough.
I think you got it. But
and that will see Kyan Mockery KO Seth Davies and claim the title, trophy, and first prize of 1.37 million euros. They're verifying the stacks, but we can confirm Mockery had Davies covered. It is over. Mockery has won this tournament 2 years in a row.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And he knows he's on the right end of a caller there, so he's not over celebrating until Seth leaves, but inside he'll be absolutely jumping for joy. He knows how difficult it is to win one of these titles, let alone 2 years in a row. Absolutely incredible.
The final 4, 3 Americans and 1 European. The 3 Americans dispatched in 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place. Norway's Kyan Mockery is going to lift that trophy. A reminder of how it went down at the final table today here at EPT Barcelona. We started with 6 players taking their seats. Remember, they played into the money very late last night, all guaranteed at least a min cash. Patrick had a lot to do. He was a short stack coming into play, and he lost that big flip against Jesse Lonis, meaning he was the first player out. Another player to lose a flip was Santosh Suvarna. Beaten by Kai Mockery, Suvarna out in 5th. Jesse Lonis bowed out in 4th place, knocked out by Seth Davies. There was that huge hand where Sean Winter made a big river bluff for most of his stack. It was picked off by Seth Davies. Seth then dispatched him on the very next hand. And after 2 hands, just 2 hands of heads-up play, a huge cooler, which sees Kai Mockery defeat Seth Davies to be crowned back-to-back Barcelona Super High Roller champion. So, as advertised, everyone who came back today was guaranteed prize money, but not all poker players are created equal. The difference between 6th and 1st, more than €1 million. And it is Kai Mockery who will get that 7-figure score. And, of course, the title and trophy. It is time for the winner's presentation. Let's go down to the floor and my colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the 2024 100K Super High Roller from Casino Barcelona. Here on stage with me is our worthy champion, poker coordinator for Casino Barcelona, Sarah Spott, tournament director, Toby Stone, and PokerStars Live Events Associate Director, Cedric Below. Before we hand the trophy over, just a couple of questions for our champion. Back-to-back Super High Rollers in Barcelona. What have you got to say for yourself?
No words. Just very lucky, I guess. And some skill in it, maybe. But yeah, very fortunate.
I want to talk about the luck and skill thing for a second, because you're in some very intense, very high-pressure situations, and you still make it look really fun. How do you pull that off?
You know, I'm playing a game that I love, and once you do something you love, you often get very good at it, and you're enjoying the moment. So it's easy, super easy for me, and the people I play with are super friendly and great people, so it's super easy to have fun at the same time.
All right, well, we love watching you do it, and we have fun as well. For now, besting an ultra-elite field to take the title and more than 1.37 million euros for first place. Please give it up for Kai Mockery.
You lift that bad boy, Kai, and you have earned it. And that will draw a line under the 100K Super High Roller, meaning we're about to turn our attention to the main event. Day 1B playing out today. If you want live updates, you know where to go. The PokerStars blog. And of course, we will be live with our coverage of Day 2, which is Bubble Day, tomorrow. So make sure you're with us from 12:30 local time. That is 12:30 Central European Summer Time for Day 2 of the EPT Barcelona main event. But for now, from Nick Walsh, Maria Ho, Sam Grafton, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good evening from Barcelona.